6, Lance Anderson. The starting pitcher for your Red Sox tonight, number 32, Caleb Orr. The manager of your Regina Red Sox is Rye Pathakos. Your umpires for tonight's game, calling the balls and strikes, Connor Joslin. At first base will be Kevin Manzuk, and at third, Phil McGee. Joining the Red Sox on the field is today's junior Red Sox, the under-11 Lumsden Cubs. Ladies and gentlemen, we now ask that you please rise if you're able. Remove your headwear and join Ryan Raipe in the singing of the Canadian National Anthem.
Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command. With glowing hearts we see thee rise, the true north strong and free. From far and wide, oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee. God keep our land glorious and free. Oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Fans joining the Regina Red Sox on the field today for today's ceremonial first pitch is Jason Goodman.
Here at Curry Field in Regina, Saskatchewan. Donovan Mason alongside Jared Klein. Jared, we're 4 days into the month of July now. Red Sox are 2-1 this month, and we're coming up on the halfway mark in the season. Hasn't been the first half that these defending champions were looking for, though.
Nope, but it's time to get it rolling here now. We as you mentioned, we're coming up on the halfway point, and they're only one spot out of the playoffs here, and you're just behind Medicine Hat, and time to get going here before you run out of time. So let's get that started with a nice, great, beautiful July 4th, and happy Independence Day to all our American families watching down south. Should be a good one here today.
Swift Current back in town today. These teams have got real used to one another. They have played 8 times this year, and each of their last 4 games have all been against each other. And last night it was the Regina offense which came out firing early and often as they put up 16 runs in just 8 innings on these 57s. And they're going to look for something similar today in front of a home crowd. Here's the lineup for Jared Franklin's 57s today. Hudson Unger will lead things off for Swift Current. He's out in right field as well. Hunter Fujimoto and Jake Hiramoto batting second and third. Keegan Noller, the DH and the pitcher, bats cleanup. Malachi Yaramillo bats fifth with Lucas Geisler batting sixth. Jake Rogensack, Anthony Hector, and Jude Pacheco rounding out that lineup for the 57s here this afternoon, and they will be going up against the Cerritos College freshman on the mound, Caleb Orr.
Yeah, and keys tonight are the keys tonight are to make sure that on defense we're keeping the ball on the ground, because we have a team here who hits the ball a long way. They have the top 2 hitters in home runs, so you want to make sure that their sluggers can keep it inside the ballpark. A way to do that is either miss the barrel completely or keep it on the ground. So that's the task here for Orr tonight.
As Hudson Unger comes to the plate, there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 left-handed hitters in this lineup against the righty, and a switch hitter as well for Jared Franklin. And we're going to play ball here on July 4th. And a beautiful Saturday afternoon here in Saskatchewan's capital. The first pitch from Caleb Orr, a called strike by Connor Joslin, who is behind the plate calling the balls and strikes. Kevin Manzik is down the first base line with Phil McGee over at third, although you'll see him at second base from time to time. The three-man crew here tonight. This one hit high and hard out to right field by Unger at the wall. It's gone. A leadoff solo shot by Hudson Unger kicks off our Saturday afternoon, and Swift Current jumps out to a 1-0 lead.
Yeah, so when I said you have to keep their sluggers in the ballpark, he's not really one of the guys I was talking about. He does have some pop in that bat. He does have some extra base hits, but only 1 home run on the year, now 2. And Swift Current is off to a hot start here on this Saturday evening.
The conditions this afternoon are absolutely ripe. This ball was jumping off the bat in batting practice. We were watching BP Jared, and we were like, you know what? There might be a little bit of offense here today.
Yeah, and probably a little bit of both ways we expect. Last night, Red Sox offense was firing on all cylinders, while Swift's offense not so much in a 16-0 win for the Red Sox. But here tonight, we expect both teams to hit the ball hard, and when you do, if you hit it in the air, it's going to fly a little ways because it is hot here in Regina today.
And the wind blowing out to right field as well. The short porch out there, although Hudson Franklin didn't need it, heading it over the 384 sign out in right center. 3-0 from Orr to Fujimoto, and that one's outside. And after the solo home run, Orr issues the 4-pitch walk, and already a tough outing for the freshman.
And this is where you can get into a little bit of trouble here if you're not careful, because you gave up the leadoff home run. You have a chance to really put up have a crooked number put up on you, so you now walk the batter. You can't just go in the strike zone because this is the part of the order that has all this pop that we were talking about. So you have to be careful. And
this one lined into left field. That's going to drop in front of Rain Krekowitz. They'll play station to station as Fujimoto had to hold up to make sure that indeed fell into the outfield. So the first 3 batters now have all reached for Swift Current, and that brings Keegan Noller to the plate, the most dangerous hitter potentially in this Swift Current lineup. 24 games, 24 hits, 9 of them for home runs. He's also got 6 doubles, leads the team in second on the team in RBIs with 23, but he does have a lot of strikeout in his game.
Yeah, we talked about how this team's got pop, and Keegan Noller here, he's got the most pop in the league. He leads the league in home runs, and he's not afraid to swing hard and make hard contact. And it does lead to some strikeouts here and there, but it also leads to the ball flying over the wall quite often.
Orr misses the zone yet again. 8 pitches already in this outing, 5 of them for balls, only 3 for strikes. And 2 of those strikes he's thrown have been hits. And here's another ball in the dirt. This is Orr's 6th game, 3rd start. He's 0-2 on the year. 15 1/3 innings pitched. He's given up 13 hits, 14 runs, only 13 of them earned. Struck out 6, walked 14. 7.6 is the ERA for the Tritos College freshman. 1.76 the whip. Batters hitting .220 off of him with a on-base percentage of .403. His last time out was on Thursday as part of a doubleheader against these Swift Current 57s. Worked 5 2/3. Gave up 3 hits, 4 runs all earned, struck out 2, walked 3, was given the loss in that game on 77 pitches. So this one fouled back to the screen by Keegan Noller. And this was something that Regina pitching was able to do last night, was keep under control the middle part of the lineup.
Yeah, and that's really how you got to attack this 57s team. If the guys in the middle of the lineup don't get going, this offense is really slow to kind of find their groove here, and oftentimes they rely on this middle part. So if Orr can get out of this just giving up that one.
And this one gets well inside for ball number 3. Fills the count. No outs, so I don't expect any of the runners to be moving here on the pitch. But now you have to come into the zone against a really dangerous hitter.
Yeah, you don't want to walk the bases loaded here with nobody out, because then you run into a really dangerous spot if you're or with a guy in Yarmillo coming up.
3-2, low and in the dirt. Another walk issued here by Caleb Orr. Look over at the Red Sox dugout. Nobody coming out just yet. So bases loaded, no outs. Swift has already brought one across on a solo home run to lead off the ball game. The number 5 hitter is Malachi Yaramillo, and he went 0 for 3 last night with 2 strikeouts. In fact, the middle part of the order, batters 2 through 5 last night, went 0 for 13 and got on base just twice with 6 strikeouts. This one's hit up the middle, picked up by Simard. The throw over after stepping on the bag on a pick. Gets the double play. A run does come across to score, though, for Swift Current, and now the score is 2-0, but a very important double play, in large part due to the second baseman, Justin Simard.
Yeah, good play there by the middle infield defense, and like you said, mainly Justin Simard to make that turn. And now, although you have a man on third, you have 2 outs, or just one good pitch away from getting out of this inning. And with only 2 runs played up, this offense can definitely match that in the bottom, or lots of ball game left too.
Back-to-back balls now to Lucas Geisler. Geisler, who goes to Edmonton Collegiate with the Riverhawks program. This one hits him, and that is something that he has had happen to him a lot. Walking to first after being hit by a pitch. He's been hit 14 times now on the year.
Yeah, and I mean, you'll take getting on any way you can when you got, especially when you got a 2-run lead early in the first inning here. You want to get as many guys on and try and get as many across the plate here.
Well, because of all those hit by pitches, he's got a .250 average, but a .450 on base. Or now up to 18 pitches already here, 2 outs in the first, and Daniel Castellanos is going to come out and have a conversation. That allows us to take a quick look at the defensive alignment for Regina here this afternoon. It is Daniel Castellanos, the other half of the battery with Caleb Orr. Will Toger's over at first with Justin Simard at second. Brady Bye manning third base with Lance Anderson at the 6th spot at shortstop. Left to right, Rain Krekowitz, Ian Mons, and Ty Martinez in the outfield on this beautiful afternoon. This is the warmest and sunniest day we've had here at the ballpark here this season.
Yeah, I think we might have had some heat there in early May, but the season hadn't kicked off yet. And then since then, it's been a lot cold, a lot of rainy days here in Regina, and especially in the month of June.
1-0. That one's outside. Jake Rogensack comes to the plate. 7th Swift Current batter to come to the plate already here in this first inning, as Caleb Orr struggles to find the strike zone early in this ball game. Rogensack swings at that one, fouls it to the screen.
Yeah, and if you're this 57's lineup, you wait for a pitch that you think you can really handle, because we've mentioned how the ball is going to be flying off the bat today. Plus, Orr's shown an inability to get in the zone early. He's walked a few batters. He's hit one. You make him come to you.
Runner goes. Ball's in the dirt. No chance for a throw by Castellanos behind the plate. So a stolen base by Lucas Geisler. Geisler's 9th stolen base of the year, and it's another walk by Caleb Orr. This one loads the bases again for the number 8 hitter, Anthony Hector. Switch hitter, which there's not very many here in the Western Canadian Baseball League, maybe 4. We've only seen 2 teams with a switch hitter.
Yeah, not a super common thing, but he's another guy in this lineup who has a low average, but in comparison, his on-base percentage is super high. Under 200 on the batting average, but over 300 to 323 on base percentage.
8 walks helps there. Another ball thrown by Caleb Orr. 23 pitches, just 7 of them for strikes. And again, that counts 3 that have been put in play. That one called a strike on the outer part of the plate as Orr gets a clap from the hometown crowd, hoping to encourage the young righty through this first inning, just hoping to get out of it and limit the damage at 2. Pitch outside. Count goes to 2-1. Maybe as a pitcher, you'd like to maybe throw 17 to 22 pitches an inning. You would probably think you're working pretty efficiently. He's up to 25 already now. This one fouled out of play to our left and into the seats as By watches it go.
Yeah, you mentioned like an ideal number. Obviously, the lower the better, of course. But the average number would be, yeah, that 17 to 22 range. But once you start hitting that 25, 30 pitch mark, it's when you start to see some fatigue early in the game, especially in a day like this where it's 30 degrees and it's really warm. So fatiguing out like this early can be dangerous for pitcher's outing, and he's gonna have to get back in the zone here quick before he walks in a run.
There is somebody up with the bullpen catcher sort of getting ready. 3-2 pitch, 28th pitch of the inning. Runners go outside as Orr walks in a run, and Anthony Hector draws the walk, and now Swift ahead 3-0 here in the top of the first, and here comes Zane Poland, the pitching coach, to talk things out.
Yeah, and he's just going to go out there and he's going to remind Caleb that, hey, you got 2 outs thanks to some good infield defense there early in the inning where you got the double play. So now you got to get back in the zone. You got to trust the guys behind you because you can't keep walking in runs here. So we need you to at least make them put the bat on the ball and earn those RBIs.
Drew Pacheco is the catcher and the number 9 hitter. He's coming to the plate. Went 0 for 3 in one game played in that doubleheader back on Wednesday. He did drive in a run with a walk, similar situation to this, and struck out once. In 15 games, he has just 7 hits, batting .159 as Pacheco does have 1 extra base hit, a double, 8 driven in, 11 walks on the season, 10 strikeouts. .356 the on-base percentage. Swing and a miss here as whenever Poland said to Orr clearly worked. That was a much more confident pitch out of the young righty.
Yeah, and you see it when pretty much almost right as he releases it. You can see how he feels about how that pitch is going to end up if he feels confident in where it's going.
This one dribbled foul, and this is not a situation that Orr has found himself in yet. An 0-2 count.
Yeah, and this is a situation where you're with the 9-hole hitter. You don't want to allow that top of the order to come back up. You need to get this guy, be inside the zone, make him earn it.
Especially considering Hudson Unger already has a solo shot. Pacheco calls time. Castellanos the sign or the 0-2 delivery. Swing and a miss. Castellanos drops it. They're going to try to go to short way to home, and the battery unable to come up with the play. So the strikeout is what Orr wanted, but the drop third strike allows everyone to come across.
Yeah, and these are the kind of mistakes that as a catcher and as a defense, really, you can't be making when your pitcher's struggling to get through, and now he's gonna have to fight some demons from earlier in this inning against Hudson Unger here.
Wild pitch there, Harry, or pass ball? It was pass ball.
They are giving Castellanos the passed ball on the dropped third strike.
Yeah, and the way I see it is that hit him in the glove. You expect your catcher to squeeze that one, or at least make it close enough, keep it close enough that to advance and score there is very tough. But
up to 33 pitches now, and he's gotten all 3 outs, unfortunately. This one inside. Good block, though, by Castellanos behind the plate to catch that one. Unger led off this ball game earlier this inning with a solo home run.
And since then, Swift has really gotten to work on Caleb Orr, and he's going to have to find a way to get out of this here.
This one hit up the middle. That's going to score at least one, probably two. No, they're going to hold up Hector at third. RBI single for Hudson Unger. He's already got 2 RBIs, and he's halfway through the cycle.
Being halfway through the cycle in the first inning is a good way to give yourself the best opportunity to do so.
And this ballpark does we're gonna have a pitching change here already in the first inning. We're gonna take a short break here on Flow Sports and be right back. Oof.
Now pitching for the Regina Red Sox, number 12, Quinn Marie.
Well, it wasn't the start Caleb Orr was looking for. He works just 2/3 of an inning and gets the yank to bring Quentin Boreen into the ballgame. But really the difference for Caleb Orr was an inability to find the zone.
Yeah, and he's going to remember this one, but it's after a while you got to throw it away. You got to have a short memory. You got to put it behind you and move on to your next one. But for right now, it's going to be Quinn Boreen taking over.
First batter he will see is Hunter Fujimoto, who drew a walk and then came around to score. He's going to swing at the first pitch, and that one gets past a diving Justin Samarn. One will come across to score. They'll hold up the runner at third. Bases remain loaded. As Swift Current continues to pour it on here, it's now 6-0 after the RBI single by Hunter Fujimoto.
Yeah, and if you're Quinn here, you're coming into a really tough spot. Bases loaded. There are 2 outs, but you're already down 5, and you got to kind of do mop-up duty here, and it's tough to come into that and be able to pull that off. So
8th appearance of the season for Quinn Boreen. That one just misses as Jake Hiramoto comes back to the plate. 10 2/3 innings pitched. He's given up 16 hits, 13 runs, all earned. Has struck out 6, walked 6. He's also hit 3 batters. That is a 10.97 ERA. And an 0-1 record as he gets the called strike. With Hiramoto at the plate, Keegan Noller is on deck. He will be the pitcher for Swift Current here this afternoon, and he might come to the plate a second time in this inning. This one hit into the gap over the shortstop's head. They're going to wave around the runner who was at second. Sliding into third is Fujimoto. And Hiramoto, 2 RBI single, and is able to get to second on the throw.
And I'm assuming they'll call that a single and then advancing to second on the throw because it wasn't really deep enough for a double and the ball was on its way in as he was kind of rounding. So it's a good base running move by Hiramoto there to get to second, but it is a single.
That is absolutely correct. And Keegan Noller, as previously mentioned, he's the pitcher and the DH, and his offense has already spotted him 8 runs as he comes to the plate a second time here in the first.
Yeah, and I mean, sometimes you worry about your pitcher almost going cold on these long offensive innings. But, I mean, hey, it's 32 degrees outside right now, so it's hard to get cold in the literal sense, of course. But, of course, also, Noller's been playing, he's been locked into the game. So, of course, it's very much different when you're hitting also. You have to kind of be aware of what's going on.
Swing and a miss. Down goes Keegan Noller as Regina finally gets out of the first inning. 13 batters coming to the plate, 8 score. And Swift Current out to a massive 8-0 lead for their first time at bat. Lots of baseball left here on a Saturday afternoon as Regina looks to climb back in this ball game. Bottom of the first when we return on Flow Sports.
For over a century, we've been more than just lawyers. We're your neighbors, your friends, and your strongest advocates. With 15 locations across the prairies, we're everywhere you are. Stringham, your local lawyers.
Bottom of the first inning here at Curry Field on Flow Sports. Thank you so much for joining us on this July 4th. I know there's a lot of things that could be taking your time here on a Saturday afternoon, so appreciate you tuning in. Keegan Noller gets the start for Swift Current here. His 6th start of 2026. And as the DH, he and the rest of the 57's offense has propelled them out to an 8-0 lead.
Yeah, well, originally I had planned to make my key for this offense is to get up early and get the starter out of the game, as he's usually an opener and he can work the bullpen, and it's going to be hard to do that down 8 runs. So how about let's just have a deep inning to start here and see what we can get the pitch count up to here for Noller. Get him out of the game on the defensive side. Of course, he's the DH, so he will have the Otani rule and be able to hit after he stops pitching.
Here's the Regina offense, and leading things off will be Ty Martinez as he struts to the plate. Justin Samard will bat second with Ian Montz, who's out in center field, batting third. Brady Bai bats fourth here this afternoon. Catcher Daniel Castellanos batting fifth with Will Toger, and the 6th spot, Alex Rue, is the DH. He bats seventh. Rain Krekowitz and Lance Anderson rounding out that Regina offensive lineman here for Ryan Pathakos. And if there's a silver lining for this Regina team, is they scored 16 runs last night, so hoping to keep the offensive ball rolling for a second day in a row.
And if we're talking about silver linings here, you still have 9 turns left, so if you average 1 per turn, you're right back there and you're actually in the lead if you hold them to nothing. So still lots of ball to be played. Time for this Red Sox offense to get to work here and try to pick up Caleb Orr and Quinn Burry in his day. just as a combination struggled a little bit in the first inning.
Speaking of Caleb Orr, we can close the book on him now. He was responsible for all 8 of those runs which came in. There's a called strike there from Jocelyn behind the plate. Now we're behind in this count 3-1. Only 3 of those runs were earned. Charge to Orr. 3-1 count to Martinez. Hard hit, foul though. Martinez just ahead of what looked to be something off speed there by Keegan Noller.
Yeah, and now as the count runs full, he's going to look to kind of get this, it's weird to say rally started in the first inning, but when you're down 8 runs, every inning feels like it has to be a rally until you're closer. So get this rally going here at the top of the order, and this very potent offense, as Swift Current found out last night.
Martinez was 1 for 1 last night as a pinch hitter, and he hit a double and drove in 2 runs. This one skied into left field. Going back on it is Geisler, a couple feet in front of the warning track. He makes the grab. 1 up, 1 down here for Regina to start their half of the scorecard.
Yeah, and a good piece of hitting there. Took it the opposite way, put it in the air, and that's what you want to see. It was a good piece of hitting, and unfortunately it was just in a spot where guys out there in left field could get to it.
Justin Simard, I believe, was the only guy who did not get on base last night, as he went 0 for 5 with 2 strikeouts. And he's going to get on the board here early. First pitch swinging as he sends that one right back towards the pitcher. Noller had to get out of the way of that one.
Yeah, and Simard, you mentioned 0 for 5 with 2 strikeouts last night, and you could feel some of that anger and that frustration towards the 57's pitching staff as he lined that one right back up at Noller's head. And good job, good athletic ability just to get out of the way for Noller.
Ian Mott's lefty batting 3rd here this afternoon. He had a slow kind of first couple games back up in Regina, but had 3 hits last night, was stellar. First pitch swinging here. Is this one sent out to left? Geisler has a long way to run for this one in foul territory. No, it's fair. It's in fair territory. They're waving Simard around. The play at the plate is way offline as that one goes to the screen. A RBI double for Ian Montz. And the crowd is right back in on this one.
Yeah, that was right on the line here. See if we can get a good look at it on the screen. And as he slid, yeah, it looked like about 2 or 3 inches inside that line. And it just stayed right there, just good enough. And of course, Montz, with the heads up base running, sees the throw, the cutoff throw come high and way over the catcher's head and advances to third base. So now, with a runner on third base and 1 out, and you have the 3rd largest home run hitter in the league to this point in the season, and Brady Bye.
So task 1 complete for Regina, which was get on the board here in the bottom of the first inning after giving up 8. Brings Brady Bye to the plate. First pitch swinging. He liked what he saw on that one. That was his power swing for sure. Just missed it. He went 2 for 4 last night with 2 walks. Scored 2 runs as well. Drove 1 in. Stole a base. He is 3rd in the WCBL in home runs behind Keegan Noller and Hiromoto. That one's outside. Evens the count at 1-1. Ian Montz on 3rd after advancing on the throw, as you mentioned, Jared. Regina last night had 20 hits, their best offensive performance of 2026 by far. That one also outside.
Yeah, and Brady's a guy who not only supplies a lot of pop, but also a lot of contact. Got a high average. He's always on base, it feels like. And he's homered in 2 of his last 3. He didn't homer last night, but he went back-to-back nights.
That one hit hard down the line. That's going to get past Rogan Sack at first. RBI for Brady Bye. And 2 have come in here for Regina as they look to continue to slowly come back in this ballgame.
Yeah, and I mean, these guys in the white here, they have to be aware that it's not all going to come with one swing, right? Like, you can swing as hard as you want. If you hit it 800 feet, it's not worth 8 runs. So you just got to keep clawing away, scratching away through these next few innings, and who knows, if they keep hitting like this and getting breaks, balls that are just inside the line, it might take less than a few innings. But right now, we just got to keep working towards it. And all of a sudden, you'll look up, and it'll just be a closer game again. And
so as Jude Pacheco goes out to the mound to have a quick chat with Keegan Noller, here's a look at that 57's defensive alignment. It is Noller and Pacheco, the battery, as Pacheco is behind the plate. Jake Rogensack is over at first with Malachi Yaramillo at second. Jake Hiramoto is at third with Anthony Hector patrolling that 6-hole at short. Lucas Geisler, Hunter Fujimoto, and Hudson Unger left to right the outfield. Pitch low and in the dirt here from Noller after the short mound visit. Well, if you like offense, you're in for a game which clearly is going to have a ton of it. 40 had 10 runs scored in this game, although I think I said that in the second part of our doubleheader on Wednesday. And almost immediately after I said that, the offense completely snuffed out.
yeah, I heard that was quite the doubleheader with the walk-off grand slam on the first game, and then 15 runs in the second game. So seems like a great one to have come and watched here at Curry Field, or of course on Flow Sports if you couldn't make it to the ballpark.
Castellanos comes in with after going 2 for 4 last night. Also stole a base in that 16-0 win. This one, can of corn out into the right center gap. The center fielder Fujimoto with a long way to go makes the grab, and Brady Bai has to retreat back to first. Second out here in the top of the first for Keegan Noller.
I think that one kind of just kept slicing away from Fujimoto out there in center field, because he just kept going and going and going, and took him into a little bit of a slide at the end of the catch there, but a nice play out there in center field nonetheless to bring it to 2 outs. And now Will Toger, who, I say this for almost every hitter that comes to the plate, another great hitter in this Red Sox lineup. They have so many guys. They're such a deep team, and that's why it's been such a shock to see the start that they got out to this season.
It's always interesting when, you know, you have new players every year. You know, his first pitch swinging right up the middle. Will Toger with another hit number 31 on the year. And I'll just finish my thought. He was one guy where he comes in, he's this big right-hander who's over at first base, and you're always just wondering, okay, well, like, what is he going to be able to provide? And he has come in and been so solid for this Red Sox team. He can hit third if you need him. He can hit fourth, but he's really locked down that 6th spot to add some depth to this offense.
Yeah, and it's not talked about enough how crucial that 6, 7, 8 area is. It allows you to get to spots where you can flip the lineup over well. And if those guys can get on base and provide production or runs for a team, it really changes the whole complexion of an offense, no matter what the level is, and especially here at the WCBL, where it feels like sometimes it can turn into quite an offensive league, as we are seeing tonight.
Well, we knew Regina was going to need to have some deep at-bats to attempt to come back in this ball game. Keegan Noller up to 16 pitches here. He does have 2 outs, and he's ahead 0-1 on Alex Rue. Rue fouls this one back. Another good swing that he just got underneath of, and he fouls it back to the screen. Rue had 2 hits last night and 4 plate appearances, including a triple, and scored 3 runs. .234 average on the year for Rue, who's the designated hitter. He's tied for the team lead in triples with 2, which is tied for 3rd in the league. 0-2 coming from Noller to Rue. Just misses high and away, says Connor Joslin behind the plate. Looked like a really good pitch. Even better take, though, from Alex Rue.
Yeah, you mentioned he was at 16 pitches after the 0-1 in this at-bat, and now you're starting to see him climb up to that higher level of that 17 to 22 we were talking about. So watch for him to start to fatigue, especially as a guy who doesn't go super deep in the games. He's never made it past 4, as we're talking about before the game, and never had more than 60 pitches in an outing. So something to kind of watch for here is his fatigue in this heat, and it's that dry heat. So it feels like you're just so dehydrated when you're just stuck out there with no water in the middle of literally a patch of dirt.
He also pitched in that doubleheader on Thursday against Regina. 2 full, 3 hits, 2 runs against. No strikeouts, no walks on just 38 pitches. He did start the game he appeared in. I believe it was the first game.
And quite a good start then, only because he didn't. You said he didn't give up any runs, eh? Or he
gave up 2 runs.
2 runs.
Yeah.
My
Didn't
apologies.
walk or strike out a batter. 2-2 pitch coming with 2 outs with 2 runners on. Swing and a miss. Down goes Rue.
2 runs, 4 hits, 1 error, and 2 left on.
Regina does get 2 runs on 4 hits as they begin to start their comeback here. Lots of baseball remaining here on FloC Sports. Scores 8-2 as we head to the top of the second. We'll be back after this break.
Howdy, Red Sox fans. Western Knight here. Are you looking for some new gear for the Red Sox season? Make sure you stop on down by the merch booth here. Our lovely volunteers will help you pick out what's right for you. I see this lovely lady just bought a nice bucket hat. You can get one of those. You can get a new jersey. And they also have some championship gear from the championship season last year. Make sure you stop on down the merch booth and get your gear here tonight.
Fans, the second inning's underway here at the ballpark. The second inning brought to you by Trail X Express, Canada's #1 trusted RV hauler. We bring the summer to you.
Offensive explosion to start our ball game here on a Saturday afternoon. 8-2 the score for Swift Current as they lead the Regina Red Sox coming to the plate for their second try. They brought 13 batters to the plate in the first inning. 5, 6, 7 the due up for Swift Current. That pitch high and in as Malachi Yaramillo starts things off. Yaramillo was one of the few who did not get on base. He grounded into a 4-3 double play. Good defensive play by Justin Smart. He grounds this one hard towards Toger. Toger is going to call Barine off, take it to the base himself. And it's a good start to the top of the second for Regina.
Yeah, much better start to the top of the second than the top of the first, of course, after that there was a leadoff home run, and you'll much rather take off a leadoff ground out. Yeah. I think he was the only guy that didn't reach base because even Noller, who later was the third out.
That is correct. Well, no, Pacheco, well, he struck out and then got on base.
Yes, yeah.
So
I guess there's a difference there.
yeah, it's
Reached on, that's not really a reach on an error though.
that was a pass ball.
Yeah.
So Geisler was hit by a pitch, stole a base, and then came across to score as he swings at that one, fouls it back to the screen. He was the 4th run of the first inning. Geisler hitting .250 on the year, 16 hits in 22 games. That pitch was way outside. Castellanos didn't even attempt to catch it. Nobody on base, no need to.
No, and it looked like one of those ones that just came out of his hand. It looked like he was trying to throw a breaking ball, and it just came out earlier than he expected and got away from him. So lucky he had a right-handed hitter there, or a left-handed hitter there, pardon me.
Swing and a miss here. Geisler was the leadoff hitter for game 2 of that doubleheader on Wednesday. Went 0 for 3 with 2 strikeouts.
That was the one that Swift Current won, correct?
That is correct, yeah. That pitch called strike 3, low and inside corner. As Quinn Boreen has his second strikeout of the afternoon.
Quinn Breen came in and into a tough spot, like we mentioned, with the bases loaded and already being down so much. But to come in here and only give up a couple when you come in, and they're not even charged to you, then you settle in, you get that out that you need, and you've come back here and you've gotten 2 quick outs. It's very impressive from him.
This one, pop foul out of play by Jake Rogensack. Rogensack drew a walk and then came across to score in the first. This is, I think, what Ryan Pathakos was looking for out of Quinn Breen. Just get some outs here and try to provide some length in the middle part of this ball game now. Can almost use him, or almost use Orr as an opener, even though it didn't work out the way that you were hoping for. Just hope that for Caleb Orr he can go deep.
Yeah, and Breen, the freshman, so very impressive to see him come out here and handle that pressure that he was kind of sprung into so well. And
that one just misses, and he doesn't get the call. Breen made 8 appearances with Edmonton Collegiate this year, including 2 starts, 0-1 record, .663 ERA, and 19 innings pitched. 23 hits, 16 runs, only 14 of them earned. Walked 19, struck out 16, had a whip of 2.2, and batters hit .291 off of the Regina product. 3-1 outside. And for the second time here this afternoon, Jake Rogensack is standing on first after drawing a walk.
yeah, and very patient hitter is Rogensack. We were talking before the game, this team is really kind of that 3 true outcomes. They supply a lot of power. They're going to put the ball over the fence or deep into those gaps, and they're going to strike out and they're going to walk. So you kind of want to live on the edges so that they don't blast you for a couple home runs like we saw right in the first at bat there, but you can't live too much on the edges because they're patient enough where they'll just take their walks. So you got to toe the line. It's very tough for a pitching staff, and especially a young guy like Quinn Breen who's out there on the mound.
They hit 4 singles in the first inning, which is, I don't want to say uncharacteristic. It's not that they don't hit a ton of singles. It's just stringing a ton of singles together is not something this team does. You just see them hit a lot of home runs. But really, it's a lot of home runs out of the middle part of that lineup. Pickoff attempt as Toger has to come off the bag to catch that ball.
Yeah, quite a nice jumping catch there from Toger as he was able to just keep the runner from advancing 90 feet, which could prove to be huge if this ends up in a base hit or a couple base hits. So
1-1 to Anthony Hector as he fouls this one off. Hector also walked in the first and then scored. His walk drove in a run. It was with the bases loaded. So Breen 1 pitch away from getting through this second inning. 1-2, 2 outs, runner on first. This one popped, playable for Brady Bye in foul territory, walking towards the 57's dugout, and he makes the grab. So Swift Current doesn't add any to their lead. A 0 goes up on the board in the top of the second. Score remains 8-2. Regina continues their comeback when we return on Flow Sports.
Fans, if you grab your 50 ticket yet, if not, look for our game day staff in the stands to get yours before the end of the 7th. The winning number will be announced in the 8th.
Hey baseball fans, make sure to stay up to date with your favorite teams across the league by subscribing to the WCBL YouTube channel right now. We have tons of free coverage for you over there, including daily highlights, full archived game broadcasts, daily game day previews, plus the WCBL report with myself and Joe McFarland every Wednesday. It's all in one spot, the WCBL YouTube channel. Subscribe today.
Hope you got lots of ink in the pen today, Jared. We got another new pitcher on the mound, this time for Swift Current to start the bottom of the second. Gavin Lipa coming into the ball game after Keegan Noller works just one full inning to start this game. Rain Krekowitz will start it off. The lineup will turn over for Regina with Lance Anderson, the number 9 hitter, coming up, and then Ty Martinez, who's leading off this inning.
Yeah, and you mentioned Gavin Lipa coming into this game. 10.42 average in his last outing. He had only made it through a third of an inning. He gave up 2 hits, 4 runs, all of them earned. Didn't strike out anybody, walked 2, and threw 22 pitches in that outing.
He was the pitcher on the mound when Brady Bye hit the walk-off grand slam.
See? That's why I have you kicking around here.
Yes. 19 innings pitched for Lipa. He's got a 2-3 record, 31 hits against, 23 runs, 22 of them earned, 9 strikeouts, 10 walks, and as you mentioned, 10.4 ERA. And the count now even to Rain Krekowitz after Lipa got ahead 0-2. Krekowitz has worked right back into this count. It's 2-2. That one also inside, and the count goes full. Nowler works 1 full inning, gives up 4 hits, struck out 1, 2 runs both earned on just 22 pitches. And we kind of figured it was going to be an opener situation for Swift Current here this afternoon, maybe not quite that short. So now it's a bullpen game for both teams. Here's the 3-2 pitch coming from Lipa. It's outside, and Krekowitz works a leadoff walk here in the bottom of the second.
Yeah, and I mentioned starting on the last inning is that these Red Sox are going to want to get this pitch count high, quick, and early so that they can get into this bullpen and see how they can use that to their advantage. And now they've done so.
Lance Anderson was a big part of that 16-0 win last night. 3 for 5. A 3-run home run included in that. He drove in 4 total, scored 2 runs, and stole 2 bases as well. And he is second on the team in OPS among qualified hitters with a 904. That is behind only Brady Bye. And if you are looking at the page right now, Jalen Myers has a crazy OPS right now, but he's not in the lineup and has not worked it, or he's not played enough games to be qualified. But he's tied for 3rd in the league with 2 triples as well. He has hits in 9 of his last 11 games, and that includes 3 games where he had multi-hit games. This season, he is batting .304, 17 for 56 in 16 games, 12 runs scored, 6 extra base hits, including 1 double, 2 triples, and 3 homers. Has driven in 9 runs, 3 walks, has struck out 16 times, and he's stolen 9 bases as he fouls this one back and falls behind 1-2 in this count to Lipa.
And Anderson's a guy you mentioned, he's got a high average, and sometimes you put those guys at the bottom of your order just because you get in a situation like this where the 8-hole hitter gets on, and now you almost got like a second leadoff guy just getting there to really set the table for that middle of the order when we get there.
This one, the pick over to try and get Krekowitz, but Lipa throws it away. Krekowitz, he's going to try to stretch it to 3rd, and he gets there standing up. The throwing error from Lipa, a 2-base error on the pitcher. And now a runner in scoring position here for Regina. And Krekowitz got on the horse quickly and didn't stop before he trotted into 3rd.
Yeah, and good job there at the 3rd base coaching box, because he noticed that right as that ball got past the right fielder there, he didn't jump to the ball. He kind of was a slow getting started, and then once he realized it got past, he started to pick it up. So with Krekowitz's speed, they knew that he could get to 3rd base, and it was a great aggressive base running for a team that needs guys in scoring position right now.
Well, Anderson strikes out at the high fastball, brings Ty Martinez to the plate. Martinez led off the Regina side, but he flew out to left field. And I mean, you would take a fly out right now. The sac fly situation is on, swings and misses at the breaking ball low and away.
Yeah, you take anything with bat to ball really, as long as it's not hard right at somebody, even if it's a little softer and a ground ball.
Another swing and a
probably
miss
scores
here.
Krecklitz with his speed. So
infield is back, so really anything put in play, Regina likely to take a run. Swift Current out to a 6-run lead is happy with that. This one hit into the gap. Krecklitz will tag up as the center fielder Fujimoto makes the grab. And there's that sacrifice fly by Ty Martinez for Regina's 3rd run of the ball game.
Yep. And when we were standing here in the last inning, looking at an 8-0 deficit, we said, you just need to get a few runs early and you'll be back in it. And they've done that. They scored 2 last. They've now pulled one across here, and coming to the middle of their order, they can maybe look to put up another crooked number here.
Brings Justin Samard to the plate. He's 1 for 1 already this afternoon. Takes a called first pitch strike. He leads these Red Sox in hits. 34 of them he has, and a .343 average. That includes 8 extra base hits, 6 doubles, a triple, and a home run. His home run that he hit was in the home opener here back on May 30th. A grand slam he hit. This one grounded towards the 3rd baseman. Hiramoto picks it up. The throw is offline, and they get him on the tag as a great play by Jake Rogensack at first is able to nab Samard running down the line. Not an easy play, but Regina again adds another one to their score, and the deficit is now just 5, 8-3 the score. Top of the 3rd with Swift trying to add more insurance and increase that lead when we return.
All right, fans, it is time to play the Casino Regina Players Club cash outs. We are in sections A and B, and we would like the first 3 people to stand up and show their Casino Regina or Casino Moose Job white player cards, and they'll win a $50 gift card. So we've had, well, you guys be the judge there. Who do you say stood up fast? We got a couple of chances over here. Looks like we found 3. There's a lot of cards over here. They knew to bring them. That's good. High rollers here. Hope you win tonight if you go. All right, congrats to our winners. They've won a $50 gift card, and this is also a reminder to all the fans to bring your player card next time you're here, because we will be playing the Players Club cash out at every home game.
The 3rd inning is brought to you by E-Call Electric, proudly supporting the Regina Red Sox. Fans, don't forget, we also want to see your best game day moments. Scan the QR code and submit your photos and doodle time creations for a chance to be featured on the video board during tonight's game. At the plate, the cast.
Top of the 3rd inning in our July 4th affair. And again, if you're watching from down south, we know we have a lot of players who are from the U.S. with parents and family and friends watching. So happy July 4th to all of you tuning in. Of course, on Wednesday at the ballpark here, we celebrated Canada Day. Had a beautiful day there as well. Not as good as this. This one fouled back by Jude Pacheco. The number 9 hitter reached after striking out on a pass ball by Daniel Castellanos behind the plate.
And that him reaching there is the reason that those last 5 runs were unearned for Caleb Orr, because of course they should have been out of that inning, so everything after that becomes unearned.
Would have been different though if it was a wild pitch, which it wasn't.
Yeah, because then he would have been deemed responsible for it.
Correct. 2-1. Great breaking ball. Just doesn't catch the top of the zone, and Boreen kind of gives Connor Joslin behind the plate a little bit of a look. He thought he was able to break it down and in.
I was getting ready to say that was a great get.
There's a called strike as Jude Pacheco thought he worked the walk already. And Boreen has worked the count back full against the 9 hitter Pacheco.
Yeah, and a great job there to, even though you felt like you had gotten the strike on the last pitch, to come right back at
That
him.
one is lined down the right field line and just foul. And of course, even liners like that with the wind towards that short porch and right, if they can hang up and stay fair, those can cause a lot more damage than people might think. It wasn't hit hard, but it was almost hit in the right spot.
Yeah. Well, and even if it's a little left of that, those line drives, even if they can't quite get out, they can take a bounce if you don't play it off that wall right, because it's so angled. It's almost a 45-degree angle back towards the infield. So you really gotta play it right out there in right field, and so that can be dangerous.
Payoff pitch coming again from Quinn Boreen to Jude Pacheco. No outs here to lead off the top of the third. Pitch is in the dirt, and Pacheco will take his walk down to first base. Boreen has 2 strikeouts, but now he's given up 2 walks as well. He's also given up 2 hits. Top of the order, back up for a third time in 3 innings. Hudson Unger, who already is 2 for 2 and halfway through the cycle with a home run solo shot to lead off the ball game and an RBI single. Both his plate appearances came in the first inning. This ball also in the dirt as Unger takes and gets ahead 1-0.
Yeah, and usually if you're going to see a triple here, which obviously Unger would need to reach that cycle you speak of, it often comes either into that deep right center gap there out by the Coca-Cola sign that you see, or out into that, actually into that corner where it takes kind of weird bounce and the right fielder has troubles playing it. Those are kind of the ways that you see those triples come in here, and with Unger being a lefty, it allows him to pull that ball that way a little easier than it would for some righties.
Boreen falls behind 3-0. Unger already has a triple in this ballpark this season. He hit it back in that second game of the doubleheader when he went 3 for 4 in that game with that triple. I believe it was an RBI triple as well. This one called a strike, and Unger was ready to toss the bat back towards the 57's dugout, but Connor Joslin is going to make him see at least one more and make him earn that walk a little tougher.
Yeah, and with Boreen, you want to see if you can get him into swing mode here. Now, he might think the zone's a little wired. Try to still be on the plate, of course, because you don't want to walk the guy. But try to be on the outside. See if you can get him to chase
3-1 pitches outside, and a second straight walk here to lead off the top of the third for Swift Current. Puts 2 men on base, including one in scoring position for Hunter Fujimoto, who is also 1 for 1. Drew a walk and then later came across to score in the first, and then he was the first batter which Boreen faced here, and he hit an RBI single.
Oh, visit from Castellanos here as he just gives his young righty a little bit of encouragement, reminding him that he pitched so well after coming into a tough spot and pitched really well last inning. You can get back to that, get something maybe on the ground or swing and a miss here, and you can control the inning if you can get one out here still, or preferably 2.
Fresh count to Hunter Fujimoto after the bound visit by the senior catcher Castellanos to his young righty, and the first pitch is outside. I think we're in for a long afternoon here, Jared. We are coming up on the hour mark already, and we have yet to record an out in the third, so
yeah, it looks like we might be.
This one hit hard through the gap. They're gonna hold up Pacheco at third, so play station to station, and the bases loaded for Swift Current. Second inning where Swift Current is able to get the bases loaded, and the last time they put up an 8 spot on Regina.
Yeah, and the second time they were able to get the bases loaded before recording an out, which is huge because once you get into that pressured field situation, it's very hard to get out, and it's also very hard for a reliever to come in and shut down offense. So if you can hold them to 0 or 1 runs here, keep yourself within 5 or 6. That's huge.
The lefty Colton Bank is warming up in the Regina pen. Ball in the dirt here to Jake Hiramoto. Hiramoto's 2 for 2 with 2 singles and 2 RBIs. He is second in the WCBL in home runs behind his teammate Keegan Noller with 8. 34 hits in 26 games for Hiramoto. 358 average as he fouls this one back and out of play. Leads the 57s in RBIs. 27 coming in. He's added 2 already, so he's up to 29. He's also drawn 10 walks, struck out 15 times, 2 for 6 on the base paths stealing, and an OPS of 1119. But last night went 0 for 4 with a strikeout. He's already made up for that performance here this afternoon. The 1-1 coming from Boreen. Pitches in the dirt. Hiramoto watched it all the way in.
Yeah, and this was kind of that same situation we were in the first inning there, where they had the bases loaded early, and you really just couldn't walk. And now we're in a situation where you can't walk them again. You have to go into the middle of the zone against these big slugger hitters. And
this one hit into center field. Mons is coming in, sliding, makes the grab. Tagging at third is Pacheco. He's going to come across to score. Hiramoto will take the sac fly RBI, but what a play out there in center field by Ian Mons.
Yeah, and Mons saved that from being 2 runs because Unger out there at second was halfway down the baseline. Between second and third, he was ready to try and score if that hit the grass, and Mons saved a second run from coming in. Of course, having to go down, it's going to be next to impossible to throw the guy out from third, but saving that second run when you're down so much, you just want to keep it as close as you possibly can for when you get back to the plate.
But a big first out despite the run coming in, so the score is 9-3. Keegan Noller comes up. This one gets away from Castellanos. No play anywhere. And both runners will advance on the wild pitch. They're giving it another pass ball. The second, which...
Sure, Castellanos will take that when it goes to his stats. Boreen will take that. Castellanos would prefer it to be a wild pitch.
This one hit high down the right field line. Krekowitz, he's going to make the grab. That's going to allow a run to score. You'd almost maybe like Krekowitz to let that one drop. So sac fly for Keegan Noller. Back-to-back sac flies for Swift Current. And now they have 10 runs up on the board.
Yeah, and I mean, you got a ball player out there in right field, and you'd prefer to let that fall. But when you're chasing a fly ball down there out in the outfield, you see ball, you see ball, get ball kind of mentality, right? And it's like that for so often, and it's hard to kind of flip that in situations. And you would have liked him to be able to do that, but
I mean, the other part of it too, as the first pitch to Malachi Yaramillo is up high, is Keegan Noller is so dangerous at the plate. If he's walking back to the dugout, that's a good thing.
Yeah, of course. Like we mentioned, he's gotten 9 home runs. Nobody else.
This one hit into center field. Sounded like a broken bat. Ian Mons is going to get under that one. And Swift Current brings 2 across here in the top of the third. They strand another runner on base and increase their lead to 7. It's 10-3. So we head to the bottom of the third inning when we return.
It is time for tonight's baseball bingo numbers. Get your cards out and listen closely as we read out the latest numbers. Good luck to everyone. 2, 4, 5, 7, 8, 10, 11, 12, 15, 16, 17, 18, 20, 21, 25, and Mark a square on your card when the matching play happens during today's game. Complete all 9 squares, bring the page up to the official scorekeeper. The first person to come up to the booth and get their card verified will win a prize package.
Find your fun at casinos Regina and FloC. For over a century, we've been more than just lawyers. We're your neighbors, your friends, and your strongest advocates. With 15 locations across the prairies, we're everywhere you go.
Regina coming back to the plate, down 7 now after Swift Current was able to get 2 more in the top of the 3rd inning. Meat of the order comes up to the plate for Regina this half, starting with the number 3 hitter, Ian Motts, Brady By, and Daniel Castellanos. Also due up this inning as Regina just hoping to kind of chip away at this lead.
Yeah, and I kind of joked after the first inning, or going into the bottom second, that they had more chances than runs they were down. Well, now after they've given those 2 runs, they have exactly the same amount of chances as they are runs down. So still very much lots of ball to be played, even though we've been playing for over an hour now. It's still early in this ball game, and the Red Sox have plenty of opportunities if they can capitalize.
Mons fouls this one back. Mons has worked his average back to .333. He's got 5 hits now in his last 3 games, including a double his first plate appearance, which drove in Regina's first run of the ball game. Takes a called strike for strike number 2, and that evens the count at 2-2. Lipa the delivery. Foul tipped, and it drops. And Mons here given a second life in this plate appearance.
And he'll take it because you mentioned he kind of got off to a slow start when he got back here to Regina, but he's been hitting the ball well since, and he'll take every opportunity he can get to really get in that groove that you want to see as you get settled into a new league.
2-2, that's hit high into left center field. Going over to his right is Fujimoto, but Geisler's going to call him off and make the grab and left. Out number 1 here in the bottom of the 3rd as Regina continues to try and come back in this ball game.
Well, if you're interested in good news, which I'm always interested in good news as a Red Sox fan, the Red Sox started the first inning in which they scored 2 runs with a fly out to Geisler in left field. So maybe it's an omen for what's about to come.
Called strike to Brady By. 7 games across the WCBL on this July 4th Saturday. One of those games is already done. That is up in Spruce Grove, where the Sylvan Lake Gulls dominated the Energy City Cactus Rats 13-2. It's been a tough season for Energy City, but they are playing games at Metro Ballpark now. No fans, though. No fans able to attend those games quite yet, but they are playing games at the ballpark.
Took them a while to get the ballpark ready because of all the rain they got early in the season, correct?
That's part of it. There's a lot of rumors around, we'll just say that. They have been working hard the last few years to try and get that ballpark ready to host games, and step 1, they are hosting games. Big swing and a miss. Brady By foul tips it into the glove. And he's walking back to the dugout after striking out.
Yeah, and a little conversation with Daniel Castellanos as he walks up to the plate and just kind of letting the guy following him kind of know what he saw up there, and so he can mentally prepare for something, if it's a slider that it was, or maybe a little bit of a run on one of the fastballs, whatever it is that he saw. He's like, hey, watch for this, especially with you as the righty. This is what I saw from the lefty.
Castellanos called time before the pitch, so no pitch there. Fort McMurray and Brooks is playing a doubleheader today. First game, Brooks leading 6-4, bottom of the 6th inning over the Giants. Currently, their second game set to go at 7 o'clock. This one will drop in front of the center fielder, Hunter Fujimoto, and Castellanos with a 2-out walk here in the bottom of the 3rd inning.
Now, because of that hit, everybody from Samard to Toger in the lineup has reached base once in this game for the Red Sox. So it's about stringing hits together here, obviously, and it's hard to do that with 2 outs, but unfortunately that's the situation you've been put into this inning. You want to scratch something across here because when you're down 7, it can get late fast. As much as we've been saying there's a lot of ball left, it gets late fast if you go 1, 2, 3, or 1 or 4 batters in an inning and you don't scratch anything across for a couple innings, and all of a sudden you're looking up, it's the 6th inning, you're still down 7 runs. So
And about 3 innings later, I forget who they were playing. The series before the Mets. Yes. Texas. There was almost like the same play.
Toger's hit earlier in this ball game extended a hit streak now to 7 games for the first baseman. In a stretch where he has 8 hits in his last 7 now. It's been a great last 2 weeks or so.
yeah, and that 7 days is kind of where you start to know that you have it. You have this good hit streak going because it's lasted a week worth of games now. You start to kind of,
just misses.
you start to recognize it, and you feel like you're locked in and you're seeing the ball. It looks like a beach ball out there when you're standing at the plate, and it's always fun to hit when it's like that. And right now for Toger, it really seems to be that way.
1-2 coming up with 2 outs. Castellanos off of first, swing and a miss. Down goes Toger. So Lipa strikes out 2 in this inning. He gives up a hit as well and strands the runner on first. Score remains 10-3. We're through a 3rd here on this Saturday afternoon. Take a break here on Flow Sports and be right back with the 4th inning.
All right, fans, it is time for the Unreal Deal Race brought to you by Save On Foods. We've got 3 contestants lined up here, all dressed up in a different grocery store item and ready to race to home plate and back for glory and prize as well. We got Bria as the watermelon in lane 1, we got Oliver as the hot dog in lane 2, and we got Scarlett as the strawberry in lane 3. Now all 3 are ready to go. What we'll have you guys do is 1 full lap, circle around slider, and then you race back home here to first, and the first one will be declared our winner. Are you guys ready? On your mark, get set, go! Oh, we got some speedsters out here. It looks like 3 of the watermelons taking a bit of a lead. Everyone's doing 1 full circle. Keep going. Bria's in the lead. Scarlett second, and pulling all the way with the hot dog. Last but certainly not least, congrats, Bria. You have won yourself a Save On Foods gift card of $50, and the other 2 contestants, we're not going to run that behind. We got a prize pack for you as well.
Now pitching for the Regina Red Sox, number 52, Colton Bank. Fans, remember, foul balls are property of the Regina Red Sox. We ask you kindly return them to the beer shack. Doing so will earn you $2.
Top of the 4th inning here at Curryfield in Regina, Saskatchewan. New pitcher into the ball game for Ryan Pathakos. It's the lefty Colton Bank, the Regina kid.
Colton Bank coming to this one with a 5.79 ERA on the season. He's pitched 9.1 innings. All of them appear to be in relief.
Yes.
Never going over 3.2, but he threw 62 in that outing, and they might ask him to cover a few innings here because we're still early in this ball game, and they need to string some innings together, maybe a couple zeros up on the board in a row.
For Quinn Boreen, works 2 1/3 innings in relief, gives up 3 hits, walked 3, 2 runs, both earned, and and struck out 2 batters. Lucas Geisler is the first batter which Colton Bank faces this afternoon. He's 0 for 1 with a hit by pitch and a strikeout. He was called out on strikes back in the 2nd inning. And he's ahead 2-0 on the lefty Bank here. Good stretch of lefties here for Geisler. For Bank rather. He'll face Geisler and then Rogensack and then the switch hitter Anthony Hector. So they'll turn the shortstop around, and then Jude Pacheco, who's 4th up in this inning, is also a lefty. Oh, and by the way, the leadoff hitter, Hudson Unker and Hunter Fujimoto, also lefties. 3 righties in this lineup, all in a row for Swift Current. But for Regina, just the 1 lefty available out of the pen, and it's on the mound right now.
Yeah, and you wanted
this one grounded hard towards Toger, and he will walk it over to the first base bag himself. Like the hustle out of the box by Lucas Geisler, though.
Yeah, as I was saying, you like the kind of the way it's set up to, if you can get to Colton Bank, you're forcing him out, and then the 57s with this lead and get to see so many righties with this lefty-heavy lineup it's going to be hard to make a comeback if you're the Red Sox when you're in that position. So you really want Colton Bank to be able to work a few innings here.
Jake Rogensack steps back in. First pitch swinging, lined right at Will Toger. And the first one was on the ground. The second one's in his glove in the air. And Will Toger, with the lefty-lefty matchups, is at the hot corner right now.
Maybe if he gets a line drive to his waistline here, he can go head to toe.
Yes.
But either way, a very efficient start to this inning for Colton Bank.
This one lined over the shortstop's head and into left field as Hector with the bloop single with 2 outs. They've been aggressive on Bank, as each of the last 2 batters have now swung at the very first pitch they saw out of Colton.
Yeah, and sometimes you do that as like that righty lefty. You know that you're going to be able to see the ball well, so you want to jump on him early. But I think they might have wanted him to kind of use some pitches there.
Ball in the dirt against Jude Pacheco. Pacheco 0 for 1, reached on a drop 3rd strike and then walked and then came across to score in the 3rd inning. (10-3) ball game. The shadows getting a little longer now. A beautiful Saturday evening. The shadows in the stands here as well are greatly appreciated from the guys in the booth who have been sweating through these first 3 innings.
Yeah, it's been odd, but we are currently covered by shadows, and it feels much more comfortable temperature.
We're well hydrated up in the booth as well. 3-0 count by Colton Bank. Bank 1 pitch away from getting through this 4th. There's 2 outs. That one just outside. Can't get the breaking ball to fall in. And for a 2nd time already this afternoon, Jude Pacheco draws a walk. And that brings Hudson Unger to the plate, who has not yet gotten out here this afternoon. He's got 2 hits and he's drawn a walk, and he's scored 3 times in all 3 of his previous plate appearances.
Yeah, that's a guy you want to stop at the lineup. I think that's going to get on, and he will cross the plate.
Well, 1 hour and 18 minutes ago, he hit that solo home run over the right field fence. That one was pretty close to 400. It was over that 384 sign in right center.
Yeah, it was not a cheapie, that's for sure.
Oh, there are no real cheap home runs in this ballpark. This one low, as now Colton Bank has thrown 6 straight outside the zone as he looks to regather his command. Got the first 2 outs rather quickly, but now he finds himself with 2 runners on, working out of the stretch. He's been struggling to find the zone. There's one in there for strike 1 as So the count goes 2-1 now. Unger also has 2 runs driven in on the night. Swing and a miss there. Great breaking ball out of Colton Bank. Bank, not a guy that will overpower hitters. He will try to keep them off balance with movement and off-speed pitches.
Yeah, and that's something that is a change from the typical philosophy in today's day and age in baseball.
2-2, 2 outs. This one hit towards Samard at second. He's going to throw it over to Toger at first and complete the play. Good inning on the mound by Colton Bank. He strands 2 and puts another donut up on that Swift Current side, but the 57 still leading by 7. It's 10-3. Red Sox come up bottom of the 4th when we return.
For more than 25 years, we've been there, helping Canadians find the extra space they need to grow and to create new memories. Access Storage. Try 4 weeks free. Details at accessstorage.ca.
This July, the Okotoks Dogs and Baseball Canada will host the Road to Okotoks and the Morneau Cup National Championship at the Siemens Stadium Complex from July 14th to 19th. Come watch the top 16 youth baseball teams from across the country. These are the future stars of Canadian baseball, tomorrow's collegiate standouts and professional players, all chasing a national championship. Don't miss a week of elite competition, unforgettable moments, and the future of Canadian baseball in Okotoks.
For over a century, we've been more than just lawyers. We're your neighbors, your friends, and your strongest advocates. With 15 locations across the prairies, we're everywhere you are. Stringham, your local lawyer.
Days I almost skipped, but didn't. These are the days that make me stronger. One gym, every journey, limitless possibilities.
The designated hitter, Alex Rue, will lead things off. Rain Krekowitz and Lance Anderson also due up. Bottom of the 4th inning, Regina trailing by 7, 10-3. The Swift Current 57s lead the Red Sox. Continue to look at that out-of-town scoreboard. A matchup of the top 2 teams in the West Division. Jared Okotoks currently leading Lethbridge 4-0. Bottom of the 5th inning.
Yeah, and Okotoks has been powerful team in this league for as long as I can remember, and they do a very good job at developing talent down there. And Lethbridge
this one high and in. This one sounded like it hit the bat, but Rue is going to trot down to first. He had to be told that that hit him.
Nonetheless, he will take it if he gets to stand on first base.
Correct. I think he thought it might have hit the bat as well.
Yeah.
So that brings Rain Krekowitz to the plate. He drew a walk to lead off the 2nd inning. Went 3 for 4 last night. And slow start to the season for Rain Krekowitz, but really the last week or so has found his swing. Called strike here to start this at bat. 15 hits in 21 games, 224 average, but it was down as low as the 170s.
And although often you like to see a higher average than where it's at, knowing where it was is what is so impressive, is how much he's raised it recently, and it's been very good for Rain recently.
He's had 8 hits in his last 6 games, including 5 over his last 2. Runner goes, Krekowitz swings, he had to. That was a pitch that was right down the middle. Couldn't let that one go, and Rue had the pitch, or had the base stolen. It was an off-speed pitch by Gavin Lipa.
Yeah. I'm just going back to Krekowitz, like, it's one thing to have that kind of stretch when you're a senior or a junior, but he's coming into the season as a freshman. He's not seen a lot of WCBL baseball, and he's performed very well, and he's really grown into the role he's taken on for this Red Sox team. It's been very impressive to watch over the last few weeks.
Yeah, Northeastern Oklahoma product out of Toronto, Ontario. Down 0-2 here. He's fought off a couple. Runner goes again. He had to again swing at that one, and a pitch that he maybe didn't like, but it's close enough to the zone, and he's here in protect mode.
Yeah, and maybe if that count is full, you might take that. You're a little more inclined to take it because you might earn your walk. But down 0-2, there's no benefit to striking out looking, so make sure you...
Runner goes again, and Krekowitz has to swing again. 4 straight foul balls by Rain Krekowitz, and the count remains 0-2. Again, these are all pitches that, while Alex Roux is moving, Rain has to swing at.
Yeah, it's not like it's 0-1 where he can just let him take his base. Like, sitting there and doing nothing is not acceptable because you're down 0-2, and good job there by Krekowitz.
Roux has been getting great jumps off of Lipa as well.
Yeah, and good job there by Krekowitz. What I liked is
if they maybe try to keep him a little closer.
He stepped out and called time to give Roux a chance to kind of regather himself after 3 straight.
Roux not going this one. This one popped into right center field. It is the center fielder Fujimoto who's going to call off Unger and make the grab. Not hard hit by Krekowitz, and unable to advance the runner after the leadoff hit by pitch.
Yeah, it's funny because you feel like he could be at third right now if it was ever an 0-1 count when he left, but he left on the 0-2s, and because of it, still standing at first, and it feels like it's 180 feet because of it. So it's unfortunate, but it was still the right play by Rain to make sure that he was swinging at that, because you don't want to strike out looking while your guys, because then you do risk, while Roux was getting great jumps, you do risk to throw him out, strike him out, double play.
This one hit on the ground, no play at second, so Roux slides in there safe, and Yaramillo makes the great defensive decision to at least get 1 out.
Yeah, great play there by Yaramillo, and he's it looked routine, but sometimes you want to do too much and you try to flip that and then you get nobody. So just to make the play and make sure you get 1 out, especially when you're up 7 runs, something that is more of those underrated or unsung plays that won't make a highlight reel by any means, but definitely will be noticed by the coaches.
But the runner advances now into scoring position for the leadoff hitter, Ty Martinez. Kind of good situational hitting there by Lance Anderson, who's kind of hits behind the runner and soft enough that there's no play at second.
Yeah. If you're in that position in the order and you have a guy at first base, your job is to get him over for this high-powered top of this order, and Anderson does a good job there. And now it's up to the top of the order, and these guys who have provided so much production for this Red Sox team to do what they've done all year.
We're in the bottom of the 4th. Score is 10-3, 57's leading. It's 2 outs. Hector holding Roux on at second. Now he steps away. This one grounded towards the third baseman. Hiramoto picks it up. The throw is in time. And Regina strands the runner on base as they are unable to score for a second straight inning. And the lead remains 7 for Swift Current. 10-3, top of the 5th when we return.
Heads up, fans, it is time to fire off some socks, courtesy of the Common Crowd Crushers. We are at the beer tent here, so crowds in behind home plate and to the third baseline. Make some noise if you want some socks. Come on, let's hear ya. We got Mackenzie. Oh, a little weak. It was Western night, and Mackenzie's embracing her rock holiday. I'm gonna have to be in. Let's hear ya. Hands up. Let's see those hands. Oh, somebody's gonna have to run for those ones. A little bit of heat on that. All right, let's head down to the third baseline. Make some noise, fans, if you want some socks here. Let's hear ya. Little
fans, this fifth inning brought to you by Landmark Dental, the proud partner of your Regina Red Sox. Keep your smile game ready all season long. Book your appointment today.
Well, after a ton of runs in the first kind of part of our ball game, the offense has slowed down slightly. Swift Current still out to that 10-3 lead as we head to the top of the fifth inning. Regina hoping to kind of rekindle the hot bats they had last night when they scored 16 runs. Well, yeah. Swift Current looking for a little bit of retribution.
Yeah, and Red Sox are going to need to get that going here quickly because now they've put up 2 zeros. And like I said a few innings ago, when you start to string those zeros together, all of a sudden you're looking up and it's...
This one bunted in the air, foul, as Hunter Fujimoto will lead things off. 2-3 for the batters for Swift Current here in the top of the fifth. Jake Hiramoto and Keegan Noller also set to come to the plate this inning.
Yeah, just to finish that thought, it's you end up looking up shortly here, and you're in the bottom of the sixth or even the bottom of the seventh, and you're still at this 10-3 lead. You're in big trouble, or 10-3 deficit, pardon me. You're in big trouble, but if you can hold them to 0 here and put up some runs in the bottom of the fifth, you're in a much better situation.
So last night, this part of the order did not get a single hit. Tonight, the 2, 3, 4 hitters are 4 for 5 with 2 walks and 2 sac flies.
Yeah, the part of the order we talked about both before the game and kind of early in this one that is crucial to this Swift Current offense going and really providing the production and the run scoring. It's been a different offense from last night to tonight, and the Red Sox pitching staff is feeling that.
That one doesn't get the call. Looked like Connor Joslin behind the plate knew it was close and had to give it a little bit of extra thought, but he goes the way of the batter, so the count is 3-1 to Fujimoto.
Yeah, and some groans here out in the crowd of Regina.
Here's the pitch. That one grounded foul towards the Red Sox dugout, and now the count goes full. Swift Current does lead the season series 4-3, and this is the last time these two teams will face off here in 2026. So the next time we could see Swift Current isn't for more than a month, where it would be a postseason matchup. Now, a lot of things would have to change in this East Division for that to happen. This one blooped into left field. Chasing after it is Martinez. Sorry, Krekowitz is out in left field today. And that one kind of drops out in no man's land. Neither Anderson, Bai, or Krekowitz able to get there. And it's a leadoff single for Fujimoto.
Yeah, and it was just placed into the right spot there by Fujimoto, and it's kind of that Bermuda Triangle area where the defense kind of just can't get there in any way. So found a way to get on, and now you have a hitter at the plate who supplies a lot of power and a runner on base who supplies some speed. He's currently 3 for 4 on stolen base attempts, so a good runner, 75% when he chooses to go, that is.
Hiramoto 2 for 2 with 3 RBIs and a run scored. And that breaks a streak where he went 4 games without a hit. And he has worked his average to 371 now. Called strike 1, so the count even for Bank against the third baseman Jake Hiramoto for Swift Current. Swing and a miss here. And now Bank ahead. 1-2.
Yeah, and what we've noticed is the Red Sox pitching staff tonight has run into trouble when they get traffic early, so getting it out here seems imperative for Golden Bank just because of how the game's unfolded. If you run into traffic again, even though you weren't in the game for it, you saw it happen, and you could feel just the weight start to fall onto shoulders of the fielders and onto the pitcher. So you need to get it out here in the next batter or two, it feels like.
So Castellanos gives the sign, 2-2 count. Bank, quick peek over there at Fujimoto. First, this one fouled back to the screen by Hiromoto. So Swift Current looking for their 9th win of the year. Last year in 2025, they had 10 all season.
Yeah.
And a called strike 3 as Colton Bank gets Jake Hiromoto looking for out number 1.
And like I said, that's huge out there because the issues have come not when necessarily the leadoff batter gets on, although that also has lined up. It's been when those bases get loaded or close to loaded early in the inning. So to get that out there, now you feel like a double play and you're out of this inning.
Keegan Oler started the game on the mound for Swift Current. He's also the DH. So while he is been taken out in favor of the reliever Gavin Lipa, he continues to take at-bats. And he takes a first pitch strike here against Colton Bank. This part of the lineup is the toughest part of the lineup for Colton Bank, you would think. And now Bank steps off and they've got the runner caught in a jam. Great pickoff. And they get Fujimoto.
Yeah, I think Fujimoto was trying to time up on first movement, and he thought he saw the move, and Colton Bank just stepped off, and Fujimoto was kind of in a tough spot where...
Yeah, great pickoff move there.
He tried to set up a pickle, but it was a great job by Colton Bank to go right at him, because getting into that kind of rundown pickle situation, you hope for an error or something, a throwaway. But Colton Bank ran right at him, was going to take him himself if he didn't make a decision. Force the runner to make the decision for you.
Big swing and a miss here, and after the leadoff single, Bank has got the strikeout, then he picked off the base runner, and now he's one pitch away from getting through this meat of the 57's order unscathed. This one off the end of the bat into right field. Martinez is running out of room, but he makes the grab at the fence. And Bank works through the 5th inning. And the score remains 10-3. We're across halfway now here at Curry Field on a Saturday afternoon. Regina coming back to the plate when we return.
And it's now time for the out-of-town scoreboard, presented by Engelheim Charter. Let's take a look around the league to check in on what's happening around the circuit tonight. The Brooks Bombers have a 6-5 lead on Fort McMurray. They're playing in the 7th. The Okotoks Dogs have a 4-0 lead on the Lethbridge Bulls in the bottom of the 5th. In Moose Jaw tonight, the Miller Express lead the Berries 2-0. Playing in the bottom of the 2nd, the Miller Express will be at Curry Field tomorrow for a doubleheader. First game at 2 o'clock. And Medicine Hat has a 2-1 lead on Weyburn. They are playing in the bottom of the 3rd. That's your out-of-town scoreboard presented by Engelheim Charter. Getting your team where they need to go safely and comfortably. Fans, take a look up at the video board. We'd like to give a warm welcome to all of the groups joining us for tonight's game. Thank you for your support and for being a part of the action here at Curry Field. Now batting, the second baseman, number 11, Justin Simard.
Justin Simard, Ian Motts, and Brady By, the duo up here. First pitch swinging is Simard. Fujimoto came in a few steps, then he had to kind of retreat back to make the grab. And it's 1 pitch, 1 out for Gavin Lipa here to start the bottom of the 5th inning.
batting, the center fielder, Ian Moss.
That brings Ian Montz back to the plate. Montz is 1 for 2. RBI double, first plate appearance, but he flew out to left field back in the third. Weyburn is in Medicine Hat this afternoon, where the Beavers are currently trailing the Mavericks 3-1. Bottom of the third inning in that game at Athletic Park. In Moose Jaw, how about this? Last night, Moose Jaw and Saskatchewan played a doubleheader. That one called a strike to Montz. The second game didn't start until 10 o'clock because of a rain delay, and they got finished around 12:30. Check swing there by Ian Montz, takes the ball, so those guys played well into last night. They're playing again, full 9-inning game here this afternoon. Miller's currently leading the Berries 3-0, top of the third inning in that game. And then still one game yet to get underway. It's the second half of a doubleheader between the Fort McMurray Giants and the Brooks Bombers. The Bombers completing the win in the first game, 6-5. Sylvan Lake also has already defeated the Energy City Cactus Rats 13-2. 7 total games across the WCBL. This one hit hard towards second. Diving is Yaramillo, but he throws it away. Montz is going to trot back to first. Throws it away. Montz has good speed, but they will charge the error to the second baseman, Yaramillo, for throwing that one away.
Yeah, and I think that's the right call. That ball, it wasn't close, and it's honestly hard to say whether or not he would have beat the throw, because it was way out of the way. But it's the second time that we've seen that today from a 57, that they just throw it and it gets way out of the target zone. I don't know if they're not setting their feet right or what it is, but it's the second time we saw that one at home earlier in the game.
Well, it's a tough play as well. Like, it is a tough play, but the second baseman, Yaramillo, did have enough time to get it. I think he just thought he had less time than what he did. Runner goes, pitches in the dirt, so there is no throw, easily stealing the base.
Yeah, and I do tend to agree with you that it's by no means an easy play, like one where you're expected to make it 100 times over. But yeah, what blows my mind is how far he missed the throw to first by, and I think that was the thing.
There is going to be a little bit of a mound visit here. The umpire is coming out here looking at the mound with Gavin Lipa kind of double checking things. Jared Franklin also out kind of taking, they're all looking at the mound. It seems like Lipa has maybe felt something that he doesn't like on the rubber.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, with the amount of rain, don't get me wrong, ground crew has done a great job here to make this field, fix it from what it was a few weeks ago when it was flooded, I guess that was last week. But obviously, something that these umpires and pitcher here don't seem to like too much, and they're going to take a look at it and figure out what's going on, and I'm sure they'll let us know, or at least let us know if they have to change something, if there's going to be a little bit of a delay here.
Well, now the umpire is coming over to the Red Sox dugout, likely to talk to Rai Pathakos about something to do with the pitching mound. They're also talking with Braden Cobb and Zane Poland about it, and
yeah, it's interesting because it seems to be that it wasn't something that anybody's noticed or that Gavin had noticed earlier in his outing. So I don't know if it's something that it's come loose.
As a game goes on, like, you know, you would imagine it would be more than likely to be where the plant is. But it looks like they're actually looking at the rubber itself currently.
Yeah, so I don't know.
So they've now called a member of the grounds crew to the field. So it seems like we're going to have a slight. We're just across halfway, and this game has already taken an hour 45. And I mean, we were kind of figuring that we were going to be in for a little bit of a longer game, but it was going to be because of the offense, because there was so much offense to start this game. And if you're just joining us and you're seeing the 10-3 score, this is how we got here. Swift Current jumped out quickly to an 8-0 lead, aided in part by a leadoff home run by Hudson Unger and the very first batter of the ball game. And then from there, Swift Current kind of nickeled and dimed the Red Sox pitching staff and got 8 in the first inning. Regina was able to get 2 back with a couple base hits in their part of the first. And then Regina scored their 3rd run of the ball game in the second, and then in the third, Swift Current added 2 more. And that's kind of where we stand now. There hasn't been much offense since. And this seems like it might be a more prolonged delay than we would have thought. They did call somebody from... Yeah, they called somebody out from the grounds crew over the loudspeaker.
I think they just threw somebody out or yelled at somebody. The umpire was pointing out of the ballpark, and or maybe they're telling them to get back in the dugout. I don't know what it is, but
yeah. Now
he does not look happy with the Red Sox dugout right now.
Phil McGee is really giving it to the Red Sox dugout, which is just odd.
Now that they're calling, it looked like Gray was trying to call Brady buyback, and he was confused. He's like, I'm on deck. I'm just trying to stay loose here because I got a bat soon. And Castellanos is doing the kind of the same thing. Or sorry, Buy's about to hit, and Castellanos is on deck. And
there is movement in the Swift Current bullpen. AJ Arruda is warming up now. With such a long delay here, you got to kind of start putting the timer on Gavin Lipa as well, who has thrown 54 pitches since coming in at the start of the second inning.
Yeah, and it all depends on what his pitch limit was coming into the outing, right?
Yeah.
Like if they expected him to go 75-80 for whatever reason, then you would be like, well, he might have a little more time, but if he was only expected to go 60-65, you might be like, well, we don't want him to cool down and then throw right to his limit, because that's where you risk arm injuries, and of course nobody wants to see that in a summer ball league.
Lipa's kind of
anywhere.
been all over the map. Like he's had a couple outings where he's thrown 50, 60, 70, and then he has one outing, his longest, which I believe was a start against Medicine Hat, which he threw 85, and then threw 59 pitches in that Wednesday or Thursday doubleheader, and then 22 back on Wednesday, where he pitched just a third of an inning, and he we are going to take a quick little break here as we try to figure out what the next move is, and kind of refresh things when we return on Flow Sports.
we've obviously got an issue with the pitcher's mound. The groundskeeper is on his way. There is going to be yet a short delay. We apologize for the delay in game action.
All right, so the grounds crew is wheeling out now. We understand the situation. So there's a little bit of a divot on the side of the rubber, and it seems like Gavin Lipo was catching his cleat on it. And so just kind of unfortunate timing as the grounds crew, they tend to more than just Curry Field here. So that is what has led to this long delay. So we've been quite used to delays here. Maybe more due to the weather this year, but not so much due to kind of field situations like this.
Yeah, this hasn't been the closest thing to a field situation that we've had is in our last rained out game there when they had looked like they were about to start the game. The umpires came out and said, no, the field's not ready, went back in, and then it never ended up going.
Right.
But we haven't had something like this where it's dry out there and the field's just not ready.
Well, it's just odd that, you know, that this situation now, when you're looking at the rubber as the game goes on, you have every time that you throw off the rubber, you could be making that divot worse. So this could just be the situation where it finally just got too bad for the pitcher.
Yeah.
But you also look at the other guys on the list who have not had this issue to this point of the game and wondering why now. But fans here having a great time, taking in the YMCA on a July 4th weekend. Canada Day was earlier this week. It is officially summer. The kids are out of school. It is a beautiful Saturday night. We will be right back here tomorrow. Broadcast starting at 2 o'clock. The Moose Jaw Miller Express come into town. We have a double header for you, Jared, between the Millers and Regina Red Sox, the Highway 1 clash. While the 57s tomorrow will host the Swift Current, or the 57s will host Saskatoon in Swift Current tomorrow.
There you go. That should be an interesting one for Swift Current as they try to kind of right the ship on the season that's come so far, and they're trying to straighten out their season, as are the Red Sox to this point. So two kind of important series or matchups there for each of these teams at the bottom of this East Division, and of course two teams near the top of the East Division that are going to look to
this East Division is tighter than it seems as well. All 5 teams are within 9 games of each other, and yes, Saskatoon and Moose Jaw are kind of starting to put a little bit of distance between themselves and the rest of the field, but there's only 2 games separating 3rd and 5th and 6th right now.
Yeah.
And Regina's only 1 game out of a playoff spot behind Medicine Hat. So.
Yeah, it's been although it feels
actually they're tied with Medicine Hat right now. Just
yes.
Medicine Hat with the better win percentage, but
yeah, they've played more games, so that's kind of the difference here.
So Gavin Lipa now testing out the mound. It appears they fixed it. He also probably has to almost like warm up again.
Yeah, well, we've been delayed for a while.
It's been quite a few minutes. That was a lengthy delay.
Yeah.
And he's given the grounds crew the okay, so the mound is back. The fans are give a clap as we get set to return to action. Ian Motz is off of second base currently. He reached on an error and then stole second. Brady Bai is at the plate right now with a 2-0 count. There's 1 out after Justin Samart flew out to center. That's where we are here, bottom of the 5th inning. Again, just past halfway.
A little bit,
Lipa and Bai were ready to go, but the grounds crew truck wasn't quite off the field yet. So one last time called by the umpires to allow the Gator to get off the field, and now we get set for action. Be interesting to see here if Brady is looking for a fastball out of this delay and what he can do with it. Oh, and he got the fastball he was looking for, but he just got on top of it and was a little bit out in front, and he grounded it towards the Red Sox dugout.
Yeah, took off the metal post and back into the infield, so just take a second here to get the ball out of the way. And it's interesting to see how Gavin Lipa will return to like pitching after that lengthy delay. And it's we talk about all the time pitchers returning after a weather delay, but after something like this, it's a little different because now the mound feels completely different.
And Bai called time just as Lipa was about to begin his delivery, and it was granted behind the plate.
Yeah, I'm surprised that one was granted, but nonetheless. Called another time.
I think Lipa stepped off there. And the fans kind of jarring the young pitcher now. 2-1 pitch, and he steps off and looks Montz back. And the in-stadium crew and the fans are put a little bit more pressure now on the righty Lipa.
Yeah, and see if he can come in the strike zone here with the fans kind of yelling at him here.
That one outside. Bai stretches and fouls it off the other way.
Yeah. Bai kind of had to reach out for that one. I think he would have been better off leaving that, but nonetheless,
we're up to the 2-hour mark now, Jarrett. Bottom of the 5th inning, 1 out, 2-2 pitch coming. It's Brady Bai. Hector steps off a second. That one well outside, and that runs the count full against the number 4 hitter for Regina and Brady Bai.
Yeah, well, like you said, we're about halfway through the game, 2 hours in. It has picked up since the first 2 innings, of course, but kind of hope that the second half is a little faster than the first half of this game.
Breaking ball, and Bai gets a piece of it. It was a breaking ball that started high and away and started moving into the zone.
Otherwise, the canteen might run out of ice cream with this hot weather and the long game. We're gonna run out of.
That's fine. That is just fine. Keep people at the ballpark. It's a great day.
Where else would you rather be right now?
Payoff pitch upcoming once again from Lipa to Bai, and it's low and in the dirt. Bai takes it, and with 1 out, there are 2 runners on. for Regina, and that brings Daniel Castellanos to the plate. He's 1 for 2 on the afternoon.
Yeah, and a couple of pretty dangerous hitters here coming up for this Red Sox offense, and they're going to look to kind of punch back here after being kind of put it to a standstill the last 2 innings, and now with the little lull that we've come into with the delay, Castellanos comes up here with a real opportunity to kind of punch Swift Current in the mouth and be right back in this game, so to speak.
AJ Arruda is warming up in the 57's bullpen and looks pretty much ready to go. And in fact, they've kind of got it set up down there where there's like a guy stationed as a hitter.
Yeah, with a helmet and a bat in there.
I've never seen that before, a guy warming up. And this one is a breaking ball which doesn't break and catches Castellanos on the elbow pad. And the hit by pitch loads the bases for Will Toger. Toger last night hit a home run.
Sure, the Red Sox and the Red Sox faithful here at Grayfield.
I think we're gonna have a pitching change here now.
Yeah. You could just feel that it wasn't coming out of his hand with the same kind of energy that it was before that delay.
Long walk out to the mound by Mr. Franklin. Jared Franklin taking over as the 57's manager over the offseason for Rudy Estrella, who left the ball club at the end of last year. He had managed the team for the last couple of years, Estrella did. So no pitching change here. They're going to leave Lipa in the ball game, and they're going to let Lipa try to work out of this jam. Bases loaded, less than 2 outs. There's 1 out with Will Toger. Toger has 2 home runs on the year. Pitch is high for ball number 1. This seems like a big spot in this ball game as we're now into the latter part, bottom of the 5th inning. Regina looking to climb back down from the 7-run deficit.
The heckling from this Red Sox faithful continues against the young righty.
Yeah, it's getting a little bit more harsh as well, I will say. So Lipa falls behind 2-0. He's got to find somewhere, and he's got to find the zone. There's nowhere to put Toger. This one hit back towards Lipa. Oh, and it gets past him. Play at third is not in time, as Lipa couldn't pick up the ball. It just goes underneath the glove. And Yaramillo at second had a tough play to make.
That's a hard play to make. It just kind of, you expected to take one more extra hop, and it kind of stayed along the ground. And unfortunately for Lipa, it's going to cost him a run. And looks like they're going to call it a hit.
It is a base hit for Will Toger and the RBI. Second base hit.
And this
and a first pitch ball to Alex Rue.
Fan base is just relentless on this 57, and it's working. It seems to be that he's struggling right now. And
this pitch also high, and Rue gets ahead of Lipa now 2-0. And I think part of it too is these two teams have seen a lot of each other here early this season. 8 matchups in the first 26 games, including each of the last 4. A doubleheader on Wednesday, a doubleheader last Thursday in Swift Current. And now Lipa needs to find the zone in the biggest way, down 3-0. 1 out, bases loaded, by off a third. Castellanos is at second. Toger, after the RBI base hit, is at first, and there's a walk, which will score a run. And Regina has cut the deficit to just 5.
Yeah, and this is that old saying of pass the baton.
And here comes Jared Franklin now. This one appears to be the yank for Gavin Lipa, and into the ballgame comes AJ Arruda. We'll let him warm up and introduce you to him when we return here on Flow Sports.
Thank you, you're brutal. E1.
Now pitching for the Swift Current 57s, number 5, A.J. Aruda. Now at the plate.
New pitcher into the ball game for the Swift Current 57s. It's A.J. Aruda, a righty out of Pacific University. Interesting call to the bullpen here. Bases loaded with Rain Krekowitz coming to the plate. Left-handed batter against the righty. First pitch looked in there by Krekowitz for strike number 1.
Yeah, and I think they kind of originally planned for Aruda to appear in a different portion of the order, but with that delay, with kind of how everything kind of laid out, and then they looked like they were going to take him out and did not. Now here we are with righty-lefty matchup.
This one fouled back and Krekowitz down 0-2.
And Aruda comes into this one with a 14.21 ERA on the season.
11th appearance of the year for Aruda. He's worked 12 2/3 innings. He's given up 23 hits, 20 runs, all earned. 10 strikeouts, 8 walks, and he's also hit 3 batters, and he's in a very tough situation here. But up 0-2 on Krekowitz, ball in the dirt, which Krekowitz lays off of. And that moves the count to 1-2. Lipa is responsible for all 3 base runners. Here's the 1-2. This one hit into center field. Going back on it is Fujimoto. It's deep enough to score at least 1. The throw is going to come to third. Toger sliding in there. Advances, sac fly for Rain Krekowitz. And the RBI, and Regina has scored 3 now in this inning to cut the lead to 4.
And another good piece of hitting here from Krekowitz. He's put some really good bats together. He hasn't had too much to show for it. He's 0 for 2 with a walk, but he also has that RBI. He's advanced on errors. Like he's played good baseball. It's just hasn't had the stats to show it.
Right. Number 9 hitter is Lance Anderson. He draws in 3rd plate appearance of the afternoon. He's 0 for 2 with a strikeout and then grounded out to the second baseman. Last plate appearance back in the 4th. Shows bunt, pulls it back, called a strike. Anderson coming off a 3-hit performance last night where he hit a 3-run home run.
There's a large gap there in that 6th hole, and see if Anderson can take advantage of the defensive alignment here, because sometimes scoring runs isn't about how hard you hit it, it's about where you hit it too. And right now, they got some lot of space there on the left side.
Yeah, Hiramoto kind of holding Toger on slightly, and then for Hector, he's playing closer to the second base bag as another pickoff attempt has Rue sent back. And then even Yara Millo at second is shaded to his right, a little bit more straight up. But something hit sharply. There's a huge 5-6 gap right now. 0-1, runner goes, swing and a miss at the ball in the dirt. No throw possible, and Rue steals the base.
Yeah, and it's odd because I thought maybe he was like it looks like he's holding, like the shortstop,
Yeah.
Hector's holding the runner at second, which is very odd to have happen when you have a right-handed hitter. Usually
Yeah,
you
correct,
let.
yeah.
So unless they have something on him that they think he's going to go opposite field here.
Yeah, breaking ball here from Aruda. It breaks a little bit too much and drops low and in for ball number 1. So it's 1-2 now with 2 outs. 2 runners in scoring position. If Anderson can find some green here in the outfield, maybe scores 2 more runs. More than likely it does. Pitch here from Aruda. Low and away, and Anderson's able to work the count back even after falling behind 0-2. It's 2-2.
Yeah, it's been a good at bat from Anderson. He got down a little early, swung at one low, but since then he's worked hard to get this count back. And said there's still that hole there, so hopefully he can.
That one's high and in, up on the hands, and the count moves full now to Lance Anderson.
And going back to that one they swung at the dirt, I think when he squared the bunt, he thought the pitch was a little high, so he kind of set his sights up, and then when he saw that breaking ball come in and go low, he just swung over the top of it. And it caused
Anderson just 3 walks and 16 strikeouts to this point of the year. This one foul tipped, and it falls on the ground, so Anderson earns another life.
Yeah, they said he just barely got a piece of it. And
that's the second time Pacheco hasn't been able to hold on to a caught foul tip like that behind the plate.
Yeah.
He has caught 1, but he's let 2 others drop.
The last one he let drop was a couple innings ago. It didn't come back to bite them.
Payoff pitch coming here once again from Aruda to Anderson. Here's the delivery. Breaking ball. Anderson will walk back to the dugout after the strikeout. Red Sox leave 2 stranded, but they bring 3 back across the plate and draw within 4 runs. The score a little bit more respectable now as we head to the top of the 6th inning. It's 10-6 for the 57s. We'll return here after the break on Flow Sports.
The 6th inning is brought to you by Microwave Regina, delivering IT solutions that are a home run for Saskatchewan businesses. With local service and trusted support you can count on.
Find your fun at Casinos Regina and Wichita.
Oh, sorry,
Bigger, bolder, better. Grant Truck and Trailer is here to serve. With Peterbilt trucks available now.
Well, Regina's gone a little bit closer now after putting 3 runs up in the bottom of the 5th inning. So the score now 10-6. Colton Bank continues to work out on the mound. This will be his 3rd inning of work.
Yeah, and it's going to be all about holding these 57s to as many zeros as possible as you come down the stretch of this game, because it's going to be hard to score more than 4 as it is. Or it's going to be hard enough to score 4.
I mean, they got back within slam range. That's kind of goal number 2. The first was score, and the second is get within 1 hit of tying the ball game, and now they've done that. Malachi Yaramail leading things off here in the top of the 6th inning. Takes a called strike 2 after fouling off the first pitch. He's 0 for 3 on the night. Grounded into a double play and then grounded out to the unassisted play at first and has flown out to center field his 3 plate appearances. 0-2. This one popped towards foul territory. Toger is going to watch it go over the dugout and into the seats. Count remains 0-2. This game feels far from over as we're only in the top of the 6th. The games between these two teams, really except for last night, and then Swift Current has a game where they won 9-0, but really all the other games between these two teams have been close. That one just outside. Bank just missed the outer part of the plate against the righty.
Which, coming into the season, these were two teams with very different expectations. Of course, everybody wants to win the championship, but there's, coming off of last season, a team that hasn't made the playoffs in a few years versus a team that literally just won the championship.
This one hit towards Samard. That's going to get over his head and into right. Leadoff base hit for Malachi Uramillo, and he's on base for the first time this evening.
Yeah, good piece of hitting here from the righty. Stays back, stays inside of it, and just slaps it into right field and over the second baseman head there, Justin Samard.
Now these are the batters which they brought the lefty in to face off against. There are only 3 righties in this lineup, and then a switch hitter as well for Swift Current. But the other 5 batters, all lefties, including the next 2. So they keep Bank in. Geisler shows bunt and puts it foul. Is kind of popped this one up a little bit, got underneath it, and almost ran himself into an out.
Yeah, and so that's never what you want. You always want your bunts to be going down, and it feels like obvious, but it's harder than it looks. Bunting is an art, and being able to do it with precision and being able to not only sacrifice bunt, but bunt for base hits is something that very few hitters, especially nowadays when it's kind of a lost art, is not very many hitters can do it anymore.
Pickoff attempt as Yaramayo diving back in. Geisler is from Balcarres. Goes to the Edmonton Collegiate Academy. This one grounded towards by at third, kind of a cue ball, and no throw from Brady, as this one was just off the end of the bat, and kind of once it caught the infield grass, just didn't want to roll, and it's an infield base hit for Lucas Geisler.
Yeah, and sometimes that's all it takes to get a hit, is just something that nobody can get to in time. If you got enough speed, you're down the baseline before he can get it, and there's no point throwing and risking a throwaway. So good play there from By to just put it in his pocket, because that's a tough play to make, and he was already pretty much standing on first base before he had even had a chance to throw it. So
mound visit here by Zane Poland, the Regina pitching coach. Poland, a guy who played 2 seasons in Regina, pitcher. Had 38 appearances, including 4 starts for the Red Sox, had a .366 ERA. He also pitched a complete game in his career. That complete game was in 2023. '85 strikeouts in 86 innings. Ball in the dirt, good block by Castellanos behind the plate. Poland was a Mount Marty graduate, NAIA school, the Great Plains Conference. Mostly a reliever there as well. Made 37 appearances. Breaking ball doesn't catch the top of the zone, so Jake Rogensack, who's 0 for 1 with 2 walks already this evening, is ahead 2-0.
Yeah, and you mentioned NAIA. That's some good ball. Like, of course, Division 1 will always get all the hype and all the attention, but the Div 2, Div 3 NAIA players, they're good ball players, and it is impressive to get. It's fun to come up to these games, these summer league games, and watch these guys play and get the opportunity to play. So
action in the Red Sox bullpen. Righty warming up. 3-0 from Colton Bank in there for strike number 1 against Roggensack. As Bank tries to fight back in this appearance. There is no outs. Malachi Yaramillo is off his second. Lucas Geisler's at first. Top of the 6th inning. 4-run ball game after Regina was able to get 3 in the bottom of the 5th. They still trail. Ball in the dirt, and Roggensack works the walk to load the bases. And out comes Rai Pathakos. We're going to have a pitching change here. New pitcher into the ball game for Regina when we return on Flow Sports.
Now pitching for the Regina Red Sox, number 25, Vittorio Iacobucci.
Vittorio Iacobucci, the third-year Red Sox, comes in relief in a very tough situation here. Bases loaded. Infield draws in for Regina as Anthony Hector, the switch hitter, comes to the plate. They'll turn him around. This plate appearance. Hector is 1 for 2, been on base twice with a walk. He actually came up with the bases loaded in the first inning and drew a walk to score a run. And then he had a base hit in the 4th. This one just outside, and with nowhere to put Hector, Iacobucci has fallen behind 2-0.
Yeah, we talked about it a few innings ago, or maybe it was last inning, where this is the situations where Swift scored all 10 runs. Bases loaded, nobody out. So they need to find a way, that is the Red Sox, to put an end to this. And whether that's a ground ball right at somebody, you can get the runner at home and maybe a double play. But you have to find a way to get out of this without giving up any runs at this point.
So Iacobucci gets the called strike, so the count 2-1. Second appearance of the year for the righty. Check swing, called a strike. Pitched a scoreless inning on Monday against Medicine Hat, and he struck out 4 batters.
Yeah.
Do the math on that one, Jared.
Drop third strike.
It is.
Yeah.
It was a drop third strike. 2-2. Popped foul and out of play.
That's going to help us caper 9.
Yes. Yeah, it's at 36 right now. Bank leaves after working 2+ innings, gave up 4 hits, 2 walks, struck 1 batter out, but he leaves responsible for all 3 base runners. He has yet to give up a run, has Bank. This one, Canacorn into right field. Underneath it is Martinez. It looks deep enough to score at least 1. They're going to keep everybody at bay. It's a fly out, and it wasn't hit hard enough. Not a good enough jump by Malachi Armio at first, and he retreats back to third base, and Regina catches a break.
And that just goes to show for any young outfielders watching this that it's not always about how much juice you get on your throw. It wasn't an absolute rocket there from the outfield. It's about how quick you get it in. It got in, and he felt, the runner at third felt like he didn't get the best jump, and he had to return because you can't make it out at home with, I guess that would have been the second out.
A big first out here for Regina. Bases remain loaded as Jude Pacheco comes to the plate. Pacheco 0 for 1 with a strikeout, but he's been on base 3 times because he reached on a passed ball on that strikeout and has walked twice since then. He's also come across to score once. Pitch here from Iakabuchi. This one, pot foul and out of play as Iakabuchi has come in to this ball game and found the zone early and often to try and take command on the mound.
And at Point Front University this year, Iakabuchi started 8 of his 13 appearances. He had 36 strikeouts in 44 innings for 7.36 K per 9. So
that one outside, so maybe he's trying to set Pacheco up for something.
Yeah, maybe like sometimes you throw that harder one outside and then you match it with like a curveball or a slider or something. It bends back over the backside of that strike zone and you get that backdoor called strike 3. So maybe that's what they're looking to do here.
That one just misses. Then so Pacheco able to work the count even, and Jared Klein, the catcher, knew what was up. Ian Castellanos on the same page calling this ball game. Infielders on the corners have drawn in. Toger and Bai remain in on the infield grass. And this one in the dirt, and Iakabuchi has found himself in a full count. Middle infielders are still back, so maybe something hit towards Samard or Anderson turns into a double play.
Yeah, it's easy to turn the double play for those middle infielders at second and first, obviously, because they've done it so many times. They've practiced it millions of times in their careers, I'm sure.
And that one outside, and for the 3rd time tonight, Jude Pacheco works a walk. This one brings in a run for Swift Current. And they reestablish a 5-run lead.
Yeah, we talked about that. The Red Sox have done so much work to get back in the slam distance, and now Swift Current has put them back out of that, where even with the bases loaded, you can't tie the game. You would still need an extra run to score.
Hudson Unger coming back to the plate, 5th plate appearance, but he's 2 for 3. And he's driven in 2 runs, including a solo shot to lead off the ball game. And when Swift Current batted around and then some in that first, he came up and hit an RBI single later that inning. And then in the 3rd, he drew a walk and came across to score. So he has 3 runs scored, but last time up, he grounded out to second base. And now Iakabuchi, after just walking in a run, is in trouble of doing that once again here. Down 3-0 with nowhere to put Hudson Unger. That one in there for a strike. Unger thought it was low. Looked like a good pitch at the knees by Iakabuchi as he works to fight back in this count.
Yeah, and Iakabuchi, just going back to the strikeout per 9 that he had in at Point University this year, plus we joked about how he has an insane strikeout per 9 right now. Of course, last year he was with the team and he struck out 25 and 24.1 innings, so a little over 1 strikeout.
3-2. This one grounded towards Toger. It's over his head. Samard couldn't get a glove on it. Only one is going to come across to score, though, as Unger drives in a 3rd run here tonight. Samard with the good effort at second just gets past his outstretched arm.
Yeah. As I was saying, a little bit more than 1 strikeout per inning, so about a 9K per 9. And so he really does know how to miss bats. He's just struggling to do so here against this 57s lineup right now.
So Swift Current now has brought across 2 runs in this inning. It's the first time they've scored since the 3rd. And here's a guy who has not yet got out on or at the plate in Hunter Fujimoto. 3 for 3 with a walk and 3 singles. And he's going to have another base hit here. They're going to wave around Pacheco. 2 runs are going to score on the base hit by Hunter Fujimoto. And Swift Current, after giving up 3 runs in the bottom of the 5th, have now scored 4 in this inning. And they once again have an 8-run lead.
Yeah, a lead they haven't had since going into the bottom of the 1st there, but they've now jumped back out on this Red Sox pitching staff, and they are looking to kind of not put this one to bed, but
this one grounded towards Anderson at short. Both the runners had to hold up and hesitate to make sure he didn't catch the ball, and that allows the 6-4 double play to come to fruition. But Regina gives up another 4 runs here in the 6th. Bottom half. 8-run deficit for Regina as they look to claw back in this game again when we return on Flow Sports.
It's time for your baseball bingo numbers. Get your cards ready and listen closely.
The live sports experience is changing. Teams and facilities are under pressure to provide online and in-venue entertainment. IKS Live has the right team to deliver. We provide service across North America and produce the best fan experience, in the seats or streaming to you. IKS Live continues to bring you the best seat in the house.
Bottom of the 6th with Regina looking once again at an 8-run deficit, and as they look to get back in this ball game, they are bringing the top of the order as they try to start a late rally. Ty Martinez, Justin Samard, Ian Montz, the due-up. That one outside as Martinez starts this thing off with a ball. Martinez 1 for 1 last night. He has hits in 4 of his last 5. No base hits yet this afternoon. 0 for 2 with a sac fly RBI. And this one, a little bit too inside on Martinez as it hits him to lead off the bottom of the 6th. But a base runner is on. That's what Regina needs right now.
Yeah, you need as many base runners as you can get, because even when you load the bases, one swing isn't going to tie it. So it's about scratching and clawing your way back into this one like you did throughout the game. and then you let up 4 in the top of the 6th there, and now almost, what, I guess it's been about 2.5 hours into this one, just over?
Yeah, a little bit over that now. It's been a long afternoon at the ballpark, that's for sure. No shortage of action, that's for sure as well, though. Looks like Garrett Mullins has started to maybe throw for Regina in their bullpen. Not too many throws, though. He's just kind of just now warming up as umpires call time. And then there is an arm that is also beginning to throw in the Swift Current side. Justin Samar takes the first pitch, called strike. He's 1 for 3, but he hasn't had a hit since the first inning, when he came around to score on Ian Mott's RBI double, the very next batter. 0-1 from AJ Arruda, catches the outside black, and Samar falls behind 0-2.
What's your name? Get him to write it down. Here. You want to just write your name down here? Oh, Phil. Oh, awesome. Okay. Thank you.
The 0-2 coming here from AJ Arruda. That one's outside, and Samard rightly takes for ball number 1. Martinez leading off of first, not a very long lead. This one slicing foul down the Red Sox bullpen as Samard fights to stay alive.
Well, winner tonight with baseball bingo, Alan Thomas was the winner.
This one put in play into right field. Unger didn't really have to move. Couple steps over to his left and makes the grab. Out number 1 here in the bottom of the 6th.
Yeah. Smart put a good swing on it. Just got a little bit under it and a little bit of frustration as he comes out of the box there, kind of tossing the bat in frustration, but it's understandable after the way this game is kind of unfolded for the Red Sox.
Brings Ian Montz, the number 3 hitter and center fielder, to the plate. Fouls off the first pitch. He's 1 for 3, but he's been on base twice as he reached on an error last plate appearance. He's driven in a run, he's stolen a base, and he's scored twice. So each time he's made his way onto first, at least he has later crossed the plate for a run. And umpires call time here as a ball got away from the bullpen. 0-1 coming from Arruda, and Montz takes that one low and inside. And the count evens at 1-1 here with 1 out.
Yeah, and a good job there to lay off of that pitch. It was low and in, and he did a good job taking that.
This one hit hard. It's off the glove. Rogan Sack picked it up with his foot on the bag, so Montz is out, but no chance to get Martinez at second. Unassisted, the put out at first, and Martinez advances.
Yeah, I thought they might have been lucky enough that one just squeezes through, but good job there at first base to knock it down and get on the base and develop that, or collect the second out of this inning.
Third baseman Brady Bye, 3rd in the league in home runs, and he maybe just missed that one. On the warning track is Unger. Just was a little bit out in front of that one, caught it close to the end of the bat, just missed the barrel. And Regina down 8, strands a runner on base. Score remains 14-6 as the 57s coming back to the plate when we return on Flow Sports. Just missed that one.
Just missed
that one.
All right, fans, it's time for wheelbarrow race. And we got our contestants here. We got the team of Duncan and Bennett, and we got Mavi and Finn. Now it's very simple, guys. Looks like we've decided who's feeling strong. What you guys need to do is wheelbarrow your way all the way down the slider, and the first team to win is going to be our winners. All right. Good. You want me to hold that for a button? Oh, it's all muddy. Looks like we're doing an audible here. We got a quick switch before we begin. All right. On your mark. Get set. Go. It's like Mavi and Finn haven't figured out. Got a little bit of wrong one there. It's a one-sided affair. We didn't get a starting with for Duncan and Bennett. And Mavi and Finn have crossed the finish line, which means they've won. We're not sending these guys home empty-handed. All of our contestants are winning the Red Sox prize pack tonight.
Fans, it tastes like Miller time. This 7th inning sponsored by Miller Lite. Grab a cold one at the beer shack and enjoy the rest of the game.
Through 2/3 of our ball game here on a Saturday night as the sun sets off to the west and to our right. Beautiful night this is turned into. The ballpark fully under the shadow now. Great night of baseball. Lots of offense. Swift Current leading 14-6. Keegan Noller coming to the plate. 2 hours and I guess it was probably 2 hours ago he took the mound as the Swift Current starter. So long first inning. Swing and a miss here. Noller is 0 for 2 and was the only Swift Current 57 batter who did not come to the plate in the 6th. As the 57s added another big inning with a 4 spot to retake that 8-run lead, which they established right at the beginning of this ball game. Scored 8 runs in the first. Regina came back and scored 3 through the next 2 innings. This one hit into the gap in left center. That one's going to get down, bounce off the wall, just in front of the. Never mind, doesn't get to the wall as Mons picks it up. Sliding into second is Noller with a leadoff double. As Swift Current continues to hope to add some insurance here and stay out in front.
Yeah, a little bit of backspin on that one caused it to look like a pitching wedge. When you hit your pitching wedge and it just sticks to the green and stops right there. And allowed it to not roll to the wall.
The greens are also very soft here currently.
I would assume so. We've had about
with the amount of moisture we've had.
6 feet of rain over the past week and a half, it feels like.
Malachi Yoramilo comes back to the plate. First pitch swinging, fouled off. He's 1 for 4. With a walk, a sac fly. Oh, sorry, I was looking at Noller's. 1 for 4, grounded into a double play in the first. He was one of the few guys to not get on base in the first inning. This one grounded towards Anderson. Noller's going to have to retreat back to second. The throw to first is in time. Out number 1. And out number 1 for Regina here in the 7th as Vittorio Iacobbucci hoping to keep the lead at just 8 to make the comeback, although already tough, a little bit easier.
Yeah, the Red Sox offense has got already a tough task ahead of them, and if you're the pitching staff for the rest of this game, you just got to keep it as easy as you can, because there's no such thing as an easy 8-run comeback, especially when you're in the 7th already. So if that expands to 9, 10, 11, 12, whatever it could be, 16, we've seen them score in 8 innings, so it could balloon to 16. Like, we don't know, but for the Red Sox pitching staff, it's about keeping it at 8 right now and letting your offense do what it does.
There's one thing Regina through the first half of this season has established them as, though, is a team that's never out of a ball game. Yes, they maybe don't have the wins to support that, but man, there have been even a couple losses where they have come back from pretty big numbers and at least given themselves a chance late in ball games to always take a shot and try to win it.
Yeah, and sometimes that's what it comes down to, is like we've talked about this team only one game out of a playoff spot, and the fact that they've seen so much adversity and they've seen such hard wins, it's been so hard for them to come by wins, it feels like, this year, that when they get to the playoffs, they know even down runs late in the game that they can still come back and they can make those plays and hit the ball where they need to, so that they can make those comebacks. So see if they can do it tonight. But
well, they're 5 games under 500, but they, at least coming into the ball game, had a positive run differential.
It's that win big, lose close kind of thing. Like they don't. It's not often where they get blown out. Like it has happened. Like we mentioned, the Swift Currents beat them 9-0 one day, but it's not often where they lose by that
1-2 from Iakabuchi, grounded towards Samard at second. He's going to pick it up, and with the short throw over to Will Toger at first. Noller advances to third, and the fans are liking that Geisler is walking back to the dugout. He's tonight's beer batter here at the ballpark.
Roggensack comes into this one, 4 plate appearances, 3 walks and a lineout. So he's come around and scored twice on those walks. So guy who's going to take his walk, he's going to make the pitcher come in the zone.
He had just 6 walks in his first 19 games. He's almost doubled that total. He's up to 9 now on the year. This one gets away from Castellanos, but Noller, not a good enough jump at third to come across the plate.
Yeah, felt like Noller didn't realize how far that one kind of got away, or wasn't comfortable in his ability to get home, whatever it was. Took a few hard steps and decided against it pretty quickly. But now the 2-0 to a guy who will not give you easy outs by swinging outside the zone very often.
This one popped foul territory by, he thinks he's got a read on it. He's made the grab in foul territory. Ran over to his right and then had to come in towards the home plate area, right at the 57's dugout, and he makes the grab on the shale, and Regina works out of the inning. They strand the runner on third. Score remains 14-6. We'll stretch here at Curry Field and be right back.
Inning stretch sponsored by IKS Media. We need everyone off their feet. I know you've been sitting a long time. Get up there and give it a good stretch, and let's sing "Take Me Out to the Ball Game." All right, everybody, ready? Let's hear those angelic voices. That was beautiful, and be sure to stick around after the game with the kids as they can run the bases with Slider. Just another day in the kingdom of fear.
Now batting the catcher, number 3, Daniel Castellanos.
Back here after the 7th inning stretch, it feels like Jared here as we go to the bottom of the 7th inning. Regina needs to take a big bite out of this lead, and soon.
Yeah, they're running out of time here. You can say as long as you want that there's a lot of baseball left, but there's no longer a lot of baseball left here. 2/3 of the way through this game. You gotta start finding ways to scratch across big numbers.
Fouled into the glove there by Daniel Castellanos, so the count evens at 1-1. AJ Arruda has been solid through 1 2/3. He hasn't given up a run yet. After coming in, I believe he came in with the bases loaded, did he not? This one popped, playable, first base side. Going back on it is Rogensack in foul territory. He makes the grab. And Regina, as you mentioned, quickly and continuing to run out of outs to reach back into this game down 8.
Yeah, I believe you're right, by the way, about him coming in with the bases loaded, because that was after that delay and then a little bit of trouble.
Yeah.
So that seems to line up, because he came back, he came out in the 5th. So.
Will Toger, who is 2 for 3 with 2 base hits and a strikeout, draws back in. Hit an RBI single. That was the one that just went underneath the glove of Gavin Lipa. And he beat out the throw by the second baseman, Malachi Yaramillo. This pitch low and away from Arruda.
Yeah, that was right before Arruda came into the game. I think there was maybe one more hitter, or it was maybe came in right after that.
Yep. Now Regina, they've given up 14 runs here tonight, but the defense and pitching for Regina coming into tonight had given up the fewest runs in the WCBL. In just kind of as it's shown here tonight, it's been the offense which just hasn't been able to match what the pitching is doing. Now again, they fell behind 8 early, so tougher situation, but swing and a miss here, and Toger finds himself in an even 2-2 count.
Yeah, you expect as an offense, when you finally do, like you said, like they have been a team that's had a lot of good pitching, a lot of good defense, and you expect when you have that, you put up 6 runs, you're often going to win the game.
2-2 from Arruda, and this one was in on the hands of Will Toger, but he just fights it into center field. 3rd hit of the ball game by Will Toger.
That takes a lot of power, a lot of muscle to just fight off a ball that in on your hands and go kind of up the middle the other way into center field. And very impressive piece of hitting there from Will Toger.
Alex Ruse 0 for 1, but been on base twice tonight, drawing back in. He's worked a walk and been hit by a pitch. That walk which he drew was the last batter which Gavin Lipa saw on the evening, and it was with the bases loaded. And that brought a run across. (1-0). That one put in play into right field. Unger will take a couple steps back and easily make the grab. Out and right. Rain Krekowitz 0 for 1 on the night in 3 plate appearances. He's also drawn a walk. Regina has been drawing the free pass a few times here tonight. Last time up, Krekowitz hit a sac fly for an RBI.
Yeah, like I said when he had finished his last at bat, he's had good at bats. It's just it hasn't produced a hit for him yet, but he's been quite strong tonight at the plate. He's making pitchers earn their outs against him.
His first maybe month of the year was maybe to be desired, but really the last week, 10 days, He's figured out this swing. You know, maybe it's the transition to the wood bat. I don't know, but he's really figured it out. This one, grounded foul.
And there's a big difference because, of course, they do use composite bats in college ball, and so adjusting back to wood, even if some of these guys grew up hitting wood, and so it's a little easier, but sometimes it's hard to get back because it just doesn't have that same kind of pop or feel to it as the wood bats do.
1-1 pitch from Aruda. Breaking ball catches the back door, and now Aruda ahead 1-2 with 2 outs here. Bottom of the 7th inning. Regina down to their final 7 outs on the night. And that was a similar breaking ball, but just lost the grip on, and it's outside the zone for ball number 2. 2-2 with 2 outs. Runner on first. Rain Krekowitz the pitch. This one is going to get through the hole and into left field. 2 runners on here for Regina as they look to start a rally.
And there you go. That's what I was talking about. He's making the pitchers earn their outs against him, and it was going to pay off eventually here tonight. And on that at bat, it did, as he kind of sliced that one into left field between the 5-6 there.
Lance Anderson, who was last night's player of the game with a big offensive effort, which included an 4 RBIs and a home run. Yet to record a hit here tonight. He is 0 for 3 with 2 strikeouts. This one, he was late on the breaking ball, and he fouls it back to the screen. His strikeout in the 5th inning ended the 5th inning, and it was also against A.J. Aruda. As Aruda steps off, and he'll get a new sign from Jude Pacheco behind the plate.
Yeah, he didn't feel right with something that was going on, whether that was the runners or the sign, and just wanted to reset. It's a good move by a pitcher to, if you don't feel comfortable, don't throw the pitch.
This is a break. Foul territory. Pacheco going over, sliding, and both the first baseman and the catcher slid at that ball near the Red Sox dugout. That could have spelled trouble for either.
Yeah, it was right along the kind of the on deck area, and you're worried about taking out, or one guy taking out the other when they both slide like that, because if the other guy doesn't slide, then he slides right in, he can get slid right into and be taken out. So, but
just notice the earpiece there for Jude Pacheco. Not sure if that's pitch comm to relay the calls to the pitcher, or if that's from the dugout to the catcher.
Yeah, I didn't notice that before either. That's an interesting, not a common thing in this league.
No, I would imagine though it becomes a little bit more common as the technology advances. 0-2, that pitch is well outside, and Anderson takes.
Oh yeah, I'm sure it does, and I mean we've seen it in Major League Baseball and bleed its way into college ball, so I'm sure it'll continue to bleed its way through and into these summer ball leagues.
Shortstop Lance Anderson up, 1-2 pitch with 2 outs. Toger off of second, Krekowitz at first. This one grounded over towards the 3rd baseman. Rogensack picks it up, but the throw gets away from Aruda. Toger is going to come across to score on the misplay. And Regina brings another run across, and the lead goes from 8 to 7.
Yeah, and I have to imagine that they're gonna call this an error.
The error charge to Rogensack allows the run to come across.
And this is what a player with that high level of speed can do to a defense. Is it seems like a routine play until you realize that there's a speedy runner running down the first baseline. He's already 3/4 of the way there. You don't have the ball. Errors like that can be made, and it really comes down to just Anderson's speed and his hustle down the baseline. If he's lollygagging that, it's an easy play because you don't have to worry about rushing it.
So there is 2 outs, and that flips the lineup over for Regina and brings the leadoff hitter Ty Martinez back to the plate. Martinez 0 for 2. Sac fly hit by pitch. Anderson going. Martinez hits this one hard into center field. Going back is Fujimoto, and he makes the grab a few feet in front of the warning track. And after it seemed like Regina had something brewing in the bottom of the 7th, the rally snuffed out. But they do add a run. It's 14-7 as we head to the 8th. Regina down to their final 6 outs, and Swift Current looking for more offense when we return.
Brought to you by IKS Media. This 8th inning brought to you by Queen City Distillers. Homegrown talent on the diamond, homegrown craft in the glass. Made right here in Regina.
Top of the 8th inning, Jared, and I think this is the best baseball sky we've had here at the ballpark here so far this season.
Yeah, it's been beautiful all the way, but now the sun is setting, and of course the sky is starting to turn that pink and orange color, and looks nice. Maybe these 57s hitters will be distracted by the view as they look out towards the pitcher.
Anthony Hector, Jude Pacheco, and Hudson Ungers. The lineup will flip over for Swift Current here, top of the 8th. 57's out to a 7-run lead. 14-7 is the score. This one grounded towards Justin Samard at second. He picks it up on a couple hops, throws it over to first in time. Out number 1 here.
That's a good start to this inning for Yakabuchi. He got an early strike call, and then got Hector to roll over to the second baseman, and you want to keep doing that weak contact, and like we said, you just got to give this offense a chance, and the more runs you allow, it's the less chance that they have. So right now you just got to keep it at 7. They were able to cut 1 in, and
pitch is low and in the dirt to Jude Pacheco. Pacheco 0 for 1, but he's been on base 4 times tonight. Just a crazy line for him. 3 walks and reached on a strikeout, but was able to get on first via the passed ball. 2 passed balls from Daniel Castellanos. Kind of uncharacteristic from him behind the plate here this evening. And Yakabuchi falls behind 3-0 to the number 9 hitter Pacheco.
Yeah, and this is not where you want to be falling behind. This guy's very patient. We talked about it. He's drawn 3 walks too tonight, and 4 walks, pardon me.
What a crazy line from Jude Pacheco, but that's what you're looking for out of a number 9 hitter. Find a way to get the next guy up, and he's been doing that and then some here this evening.
Yeah, you don't see it 0 for 1 often in a game where your offense has scored 14 runs and you played the entire game. But when you walk 4 times, you'll take that line, because that on base percentage is just skyrocketing right now.
The 57s tonight have drawn 11 walks. as we have a slight delay with the mound visit.
Yeah, they've been a team that's been very patient tonight. It's been good for 57s fans to see this, and I mean, they've seen it all year, really, because they have done a great job.
I'm not allowed to go to the casino. No. I work there, so I'm not technically allowed to gamble or drink there, so there's no reason to go.
Pitch low and in the dirt now as Iakabuchi has thrown 5 straight outside of the zone. Garrett Mullins is the reliever warming up for Regina down the first base line. Also work happening on the Swift Current side. Haven't seen a number quite yet.
So I'm not allowed to gamble or drink, and those are like the only 2 things you can do at the casino. So
Across the 3-hour mark here, Jarrett. Still 12 outs remaining, or I guess 11 outs remaining in our ball game. This pitch high and away to Hudson Unger.
Yeah, Pacheco is, sorry to interrupt, Pacheco has nearly raised his on-base percentage 40 points tonight. Came in with 356, and it's 391 now. It's incredible. That's what happens when you
2-1, fouled back and over us in the booth behind the plate by Unger. Unger is 3 for 4, and we thought, man, he was going to be in line for cycle watch here on the night, but hasn't had a double or a triple quite yet because he had the single and the home run in the first inning. 2-2 pitch here from Iakabuchi. That one hard lined into along the ground into right field. And that is his 3rd base hit, 4th of the night for the leadoff hitter Unger.
Yeah, and not going to see a cycle from him tonight, but I'm sure the 57s will take this performance that he's had because he's been incredible tonight. And it's been very impressive to watch.
Now we're going to have a pitching change for Regina as new righty is into the ballgame. We'll return here on FloC Sports.
For more than 25 years, we've been there, helping Canadians find the extra space they need to grow and to create new memories. Access Storage. Try 4 weeks free. Details at accessstorage.ca.
The live sports experience is changing. Teams and facilities are under pressure to provide online and in-venue entertainment. IKS Live has the right team to deliver. We provide service across North America and produce the best fan experience, in the seats or streaming to you. IKS Live continues to bring you the best seat in the house.
New pitcher into the ballgame for the Regina Red Sox, making his first appearance of 2026. It is Garrett Mullins out on the mound.
Yeah, and Mullins this year with Point University in the NAIA.
So that's 2025.
Oh, that's 2025. My bad. He does not, they don't have, baseball reference, they don't have any 2026.
Yeah, Point University senior, 19 appearances for the Skyhawks. 1-1 record. They were all out of the pen. 7.06 ERA in 21 2/3 innings pitched. 29 hits, 18 runs, 17 of them earned. Walked 11, struck out 16. Had a whip of 1.58 during his collegiate season. And his first offensive player he'll go against in 2026 is Hunter Fujimoto. And he has not gotten out and has 4 singles here tonight, including 3 RBIs and a walk as well.
Yeah, he has figured out this Red Sox
This
business
one grounded towards Samard at second. There's one out, but Fujimoto with the wheels. He's a little quicker than some others, so out number 2 here for Regina in the 8th, and Fujimoto is once again on base, although that one doesn't count towards his on-base percentage.
Now reaching on a fielder's choice there, but he's still standing on the bag. And if you're Mullins here, you just want to get this last out and move forward with the rest of the night, because the energy in this crowd was good for a lot of this night, even when they were down big, and hopefully the offense can kind of put that in.
Anderson at short, the throw over to first on the pick is Toger. And Regina gets out of the 8th inning without giving up any more on the scoreboard. They're still down 7 with 6 outs remaining in this ball game. We'll be back bottom of the 8th when we return on Flow Sports.
We go to the bottom of 8. It's 14-7.
The live sports experience is changing. Teams and facilities are under pressure to provide online and in-venue entertainment. IKS Live has the right team to deliver. We provide service across North America and produce the best fan experience, in the seats or streaming to you. IKS Live continues to bring you the best seat in the house.
Powered by PlayNow.com.
New pitcher into the ballgame for the Swift Current 57s. It is Zen Taylor Bell coming into the ballgame. I don't have Taylor Bell. Oh, there he is. First pitch ball to Justin Samard. Samard not having the game he was hoping for after reaching on base with a base hit in the first inning. Since then has grounded out and flied out twice. (2-0). This one also high from Taylor Bell. Taylor Bell appears to be a commit to McCook Community College, and he issues the 4-pitch walk here to Justin Samard as Regina just looking for base runners.
I'm glad you could find something.
He's at the Saskatchewan Berries Academy.
I see.
From Wellwyn, Saskatchewan. Called strike here to Ian Montz.
Yeah, I'm glad you could find something, because the only guy that I could find, it was a hockey player out of Mooseman, Saskatchewan.
Fair enough. That one high to Ian Montz. Montz also 1 for 4, RBI double in the first inning, reached on an error in the 5th. That is his offensive night. He's come across to score twice though, and he's stolen a base. Looked like Taylor Bell went to the sweeper there, just couldn't get it to break enough, and it finishes high and away for ball 2. That one high and in, a fastball. And Montz ahead 3-1 after Samard reached on the 4-pitch walk. Taylor Bell in danger of walking the first 2 batters he sees, and yes, 2 walks on 9 pitches for Taylor Bell.
Yeah, and you know, if
this is a
Sox want any chance, this is where you do it, right? You get the young pitcher in, you get him a little rattled with some early walks, and all of a sudden you bring up the most powerful hitter in your lineup. So it's interesting to see how they'll attack him here.
Right, Regina just looking for any way to get closer and closer, down 7. By tonight is 1 for 3 with an RBI single in the first inning, and then he drew a walk and came across to score in the 5th. He's also struck out and flied out. His last plate appearance in the 6th, it was the final out in that inning. He just missed that ball.
Yeah, it was right along the wall that was caught, and it's quite unfortunate for him because he hit it pretty well, and I thought he got it off the bat, but.
And for a guy who's struggling to hone in the command and Zen Taylor Bell against Brady Bye, got to imagine he's looking for a meatball over the plate.
Yeah, if you're Brady Bye here, you're keyholing it fastball, middle.
That one wasn't quite middle enough for Brady as he lays off and makes Taylor Bell throw one over the plate, so the count goes to 1-1.
Yeah, and I honestly don't mind if he's very small zone here again, because with a guy who's just struggling to find the zone.
Called strike.
Yeah. Play 3 blind mice.
Counts 1-2. Now to Brady Bye as Taylor Bell has found the strike zone here in this plate appearance. That one, looper, as back goes Hiramoto. It's going to fall into the glove. The breadbasket catch by the third baseman, Hiramoto. Big first out here for Swift Current in the 8th as they look to finish this ball game.
Yeah, and that one almost tailed foul too, and Hiramoto did a good job to adjust his glove to make sure it fell into the glove and not next to it. So good catch there from Hiramoto. That's not an easy one over your shoulder like that. So.
Daniel Castellanos 1 for 3 on the night, reached by a hit by pitch in the 5th and then came across to score. Also had a base hit back in the 3rd inning, and he takes a first pitch strike here from Taylor Bell as Bell first 9 pitches through 8 balls, and since then has found the target.
Yeah, just took a little bit of time for the youngster to get kind of locked into where the zone was, and he's done good since then.
This ball's in the dirt, and that's going to get away from Pacheco. Both runners advance on the ball in the dirt. Wild pitch charged to the high schooler.
Yeah, one just kind of spiked into the dirt there and took a weirdly high hop. I don't know if it caught like the shin pad of the catcher there, but Pacheco, but it took quite a high hop and ultimately no chance to even think about throwing that.
Taylor Bell steps off, and 2 runners now in scoring position for Daniel Castellanos. Regina stranded one in scoring position the last inning. They stranded one in scoring position in the 6th. The 5th, this one hit hard as Castellanos gives this a ride out to left. That's going to bounce off the wall. Picking it up is Geisler. 2 RBI double for the Regina Red Sox. Catcher Daniel Castellanos takes a bite out of this lead. It's now 14-9.
And you know what? If you're the Sox, this is what you need. You can't just, you're not going to be able to just bloop and a blast your way to do this. You gotta scratch and claw some runs together. And great job there by Mons to be halfway in between, because the tag to third doesn't help that much. But being able to score as soon as that hits the ground and knowing you're going to score is so much more valuable here. So that being 45 feet there allows him to be easily able to score on that play.
So Chance Deskalchuk is gonna get. Oh, I apologize. I messed that up. So Chance Deskalchuk is pinch running as Castellanos' night comes to a close, which means Mateo Pierre will likely take over behind the plate. Will Toger's at bat right now, 3 for 4 on the night with 3 singles.
Yeah, this is a guy that right now you want up in a situation where you need some runs, and there's a runner in scoring position, because he's been putting the bat to the ball really well tonight, and I'd like to see it continue here if you're the Red Sox.
3-0 count, 0-2. It doesn't matter for Will Toger. And he looks a ball in there. Strike 3 called out on a great pitch by Taylor Bell at the bottom of the zone.
Yeah, it looked like it just caught the corner of the zone. It's it's painted perfectly. Like, unfortunately for Toger, it's one that you don't really love taking in the 0-2 count. You kind of wish you'd be able to swing and foul that off and look to see it for a new pitch, but he thought it was far enough out, and unfortunately it was not.
This one outside, so with a runner in scoring position now and 2 outs for Regina. Each of the last 4 innings, they've stranded a runner in scoring position. And in 5 of the 7 innings to this point, they've done so. This one doesn't catch the zone, and Rue jumps ahead 0-2. Rue's already drawn a walk. He's also been hit by a pitch, 0 for 2 otherwise.
And he'll look to put something onto the grass here and score that run from second. Deskalchuk's got more than enough speed to score on anything hit, especially with 2 outs. He'll be running on contact.
This one high and in, as Rue had to dive out of the way almost, and that allows him to jump ahead 3-0. I imagine he's going to be taking this pitch all the way, unless, I guess maybe it's in a spot he feels like he can do some damage with it, but Rue not a guy with a ton of slug. As this one goes back to the screen, and Deskalchuk's going to take third on the wild pitch.
Yeah, I think he was probably taking it all the way, but that makes it much easier when it's that high.
Jared Franklin's going to walk out to the mound. This is already the 3rd walk which Zen Taylor Bell has issued. He also gave up a 2 RBI double, and that is his appearance on the mound. New pitcher into the ballgame when we return on FloC Sports.
For more than 25 years, we've been there, helping Canadians find the extra space they need to grow and to create new memories. Access Storage. Try 4 weeks free. Details at accessstorage.ca.
The live sports experience is changing. Teams and facilities are under pressure to provide online and in-venue entertainment. IKS Live has the right team to deliver. We provide service across North America and produce the best fan experience, in the seats or streaming to you. IKS Live continues to bring you the best seat in the house.
Drink around, drink around, drink around.
At the plate, the left fielder,
New pitcher into the ballgame for Swift Current. It is Chase Cummins, a righty. First batter he faces is Rain Krekowitz, and Krekowitz takes a first pitch strike. Runners on the corners. Chance to Skalchuk at third after coming in as a pinch runner. Alex Rue after working the walk. This one high and away. You can see Cummins already a little bit more of a sidearm pitcher as we come up on the 3.5-hour mark of our ball game now tonight.
Yeah, it's been a long one here at the ballpark here in Curryfield.
1-1. Fouled into the glove. AJ Arruda worked 2 2/3 innings. He gave up 2 hits, a walk, 1 run, but it was not earned. He also struck out a batter and hit one, while Taylor Bell, in his relief appearance, just worked 2/3 of an inning. Gave up 1 hit, 3 walks he gave up, struck out a batter, and currently has given up 2 runs, both earned, but is responsible for both the base runners as well. As Regina down 5, it's 14-9, bottom of the 8th, down to their final 4 outs, 2 outs here in this inning. And Krekowitz down 1-2. And he calls time, and there's a bug in his face as he swipes it away. And so Jude Pacheco is going to come out and quickly chat with his young pitcher. First appearance of the season, it appears, for Cummins. So we don't see him in the... He's on the roster, just haven't, just no stats available for him. That one outside, great take by Krekowitz as the count draws even at 2-2. 2 outs, 2 runners on.
Yeah, I was trying to look for some information on Cummins here, and it seems like anything I can find is only 2025 from Kalamazoo College.
Runner goes. This one fouled off. We saw a similar situation here earlier in the ball game with Krekowitz at the plate. 2-strike count with Alex Rue on first, and Alex Rue was getting good jumps over at first. He just wasn't able to advance because Krekowitz kept fouling off the pitches.
Yeah, and like you said, it's a very similar situation to what we just saw there, and it's kind of made us laugh for a second there because he went 3 straight pitches and all 3 were fouled off.
Yeah, 2-2 again. This one dribbled towards the third base bag. Krekowitz, not enough speed to beat out the throw. And Hiramoto and Jake Rogensack team up to throw out Krekowitz. And Regina does get 2 back and draws within 5. It's 14-9. Last inning of regulation when we return on Flow Sports.
It's Swift Current 14, Regina 9. Red Sox fans, check the video board to see your doodle drawings from tonight's game. Thanks for submitting your drawing. I'll take you dancing.
Top of the ninth inning, last inning of regulation, as Swift Current hoping to add a little bit more insurance on Wednesday in game one of our doubleheader. It was the last inning of regulation, and Regina went into that inning down 3. And they were able to come back and win in walk-off fashion, hoping to replicate that performance, while Swift Current in the second game of that doubleheader hit a solo home run in the 5th, and that jumped him out by 1, and Regina wasn't able to come back. As Keegan Noller, first pitch he sees here in the top of the ninth, he ropes that one down the line. Big turn at first by Noller, but he holds up, and it's a leadoff base hit.
Yeah, that one pulled right down the line, and fortunately no way for By to get over there and cut that one off, so leaks into the left field there for a base hit for Keegan Noller.
That means Noller is now 2 for 4 on the night. And that brings Malachi Yara Mio to the plate. Krekowitz diving, can't make the grab. Great effort out there in right. Sorry, that's Ty Martinez in right field.
Yeah, he got a good jump and just couldn't get there on his feet, so he laid out for it, and so close.
Just we're gonna see a pinch runner for Keegan Noller come in. And also behind the plate, Mateo Pierre did take over at the beginning of the inning. 22 is the pinch runner, which is Cohen Jorgensen. Foul tipped into the glove. 2 runners on here for Lucas Geisler. Geisler 1 for 4 on the evening. He's come across to score twice because he's been hit by a pitch and recorded a base hit as well. That was back in the 6th inning. Grounded out last plate appearance in the 7th. This one popped foul and out of plays. He's down 0-2 here to Garrett Mullins, who's back out on the mound.
And interesting to see the 57s use a pinch runner here. It means they clearly are showing that they still don't feel entirely comfortable with that 5-run lead with only 3 outs to get because of how potent this offense is for the Regina Red Sox. So it just speaks to how highly this 57s team thinks of this.
Geisler fouls off another one towards the left side, and he's down 0-2, but he's fighting off some tough pitches here. Actually, know Lucas's dad pretty well. We ref the Junior A circuit here in Saskatchewan for a few years. Did a few senior hockey games with his dad as well. This one low and away. There is someone getting some work down in the Swift Current bullpen. I mean, we've seen 10 pitchers already in this ball game, so between the 2 sides. This one outside, and after falling behind 0-2, Geisler has worked the count back even to 2-2, taking 2 pitches away. Pierre gives the sign, and now Mullins the delivery here. This one lined over the first baseman's head into right. Martinez picks it up. Both runners had to hesitate before advancing, making sure it actually got down. So they'll play station to station, and it's 3 straight base hits by Swift Current to load the bases in the top of the 9th.
And yet another scenario where the bases are loaded with nobody out, and each time this has happened, Swift Current's come across the plate at least 2 in the case of the 3rd inning, 4 in the case of the 6th inning, and 8 in the case of the 1st inning. So really, it's this scenario that's been killer for the Red Sox pitching staff and defense.
Infield draws into the edge of the grass. First pitch strike to Jake Rogensack. Rogensack 0 for 2 on the night, but he's drawn 3 walks. And he's come across to score twice. Pitch high and away as Rogensack takes. Rogensack had 6 walks coming in. He's worked that total up to 9.
He's been very patient at the plate tonight. It's been good fun to see watching him taking at bat, because if you like baseball, you like his plate appearances.
This one a looper, and that one's gonna drop. And 1 run will come across. 4 straight singles. And Swift Current has added another one to their total.
Yeah, and this is 4 straight singles for a team that we've talked about a couple times, that a lot of their offense has relied on power so far this season, except for tonight. The only home run they've hit is the home run to lead off the game. Other than that, it's been mostly singles and walks and just stretching things together, which is not often how their offense has produced their runs. And it's a very different approach to offense they've taken tonight, and it's worked well for them. So
infield stays in. Anthony Hector, the switch hitter, fouls this one back off the mask of Mateo Pierre. So with the RBI, Swift Current has got their lead back up to 6 runs. It's 15-9 the score. Still no outs here in the 9th. This one also looped into left field as Garrett Mullins has just had some tough luck. Hasn't given up much hard contact this inning. But with the infield drawn in, it's led to base hit after base hit. Yeah. And another run comes in.
It's death by 1,000 cuts here right now for Garrett Mullins. It's unfortunate because he's making good pitches, and they're not getting great contact on it. But they're, like you said, when the infield's in, it's that area in the shallow outfield. There's just, you can't defend it, and if they're going to put it there, then they're going to put it there, and you can't really do much to stop it unless you move your infield back again.
So Zane Poland comes out for the mound visit, and Connor Joslin goes to break it up. It's been a long night of baseball. We're up over 3 hours and 40 minutes now here, Jared. No outs, top of the 9th. Swift has already brought across 2 because they've hit 5 straight singles here to start this inning. And they wanted a little bit more insurance, and they definitely got it. The lead is 7. That is what they are hoping is enough.
Yeah, and I mean, they're going to try to keep adding on here because they got nobody out in there.
There's a good pitch there from Garrett Mullins to get ahead of the number 9 hitter, Jude Pacheco. Pacheco, also a guy who has worked a boatload of walks here tonight. Struck out in his first plate appearance back in the first inning. Since then has reached via the walk 4 times. As he's just been taking his free passes down to first base all night long. Even when he struck out, he got on base.
Yeah, and that's the job of a 9-hole hitter, as we talked about earlier. It's not necessarily to hit for a ton of power or hit for a ton of average, but it's to find ways to get on base. And I guess in this case tonight for Pacheco, it included a strikeout to get on base. So he's done a good job tonight. The bottom 2, the 8 and 9 hitters tonight, they've been fun to watch their plate appearances because
this one lined out of play over the third base dugout.
Because of stuff exactly like that, because they don't give you anything easy. They're not gonna let you just run one by them right over the middle of the zone, but also they know the zone very well, and they're not gonna give you an easy strike by swinging way outside the zone. So it's been very fun to watch for these 8 and 9 hitters for the 57s tonight.
This one hard towards Samard at second. He picks it up, gets one out at short, but they're not going to be able to get a second. Fielder's choice RBI for Jude Pacheco. Again, the average ticks down, and that would be the first, but he's standing on first again.
Yeah, and that's the first time that any of his plate appearances have resulted in an out.
Don't. Well, yeah, I suppose.
Yeah, like
with
on the
strike,
scoreboard.
I understand what you're saying.
Yeah. Like a literal out that helps the defense, right? So I guess you could say that that the Red Sox have got the better of him finally tonight, but he's still standing on first base. So
Hudson Unger, who's been a really tough out here tonight, 4 for 5, and a walk as well for Unger. He had a leadoff home run to get the offense going for Swift Current, and they didn't really look back since then, as they've put on a crooked number here tonight. 17-9 the score. That was a big swing by Unger, as this one's out of play. And what is that, off the beer shack?
yeah, right off the top of the beer shack, I think.
Garrett Mullins trying to get out of the 9th inning here, and hopefully it remains just an 8-run lead. This one grounded hard and fair as it kicked off Toger's glove into foul territory. Hudson, he's rounding second, heading to third. They're also waving Pacheco around home. And now Hudson Unger's only a double shy of the cycle as he gets the triple here. 2 RBIs in the 9th, and now the lead is up to 10 for Swift Current.
Yeah, that's that one got into the bullpen there and got in behind the bench, and Red Sox bullpen kind of had to scramble out of the way while Martinez tried to get to that baseball, and it allowed Unger to get to third base and earn his triple. Unfortunately, I see it unlikely that he'll get to hit again.
Right.
But I mean, with how this 57's offense has played tonight, never say never, I guess.
Right. And I mean, Hunter Fujimoto has also been a really tough out. He's also 4 for 5, but he's been doing his damage with the base hit. He's got 4 singles. And then he's also reached on a walk, and the one time which he was given the out, and another base hit here by Fujimoto brings another run across. 5 singles by Hunter Fujimoto.
And this lead is officially hit. Well, actually, it was already at double digits. Pardon me. It's now 11 runs. They have hit 20. They've hit the 20-run threshold.
Spot. Now, Jake Hiramoto, who's 2 for 5. First pitch swinging, foul territory. Toger going over, and that one's just going to fall into the seats. Hiramoto with 3 RBIs. His 2 base hits were both in the first inning. But since then, he's 0 for 3. He hit a sac fly RBI in the 3rd, and then struck out in the 5th, grounded into a double play, and grounded out to the shortstop in the 6th and 8th innings, respectively.
And you know, if you're Swift Current here, you really have something to build on here. You're not out of it. We talked about how tight this bottom half of this division is.
This one hit into center field, hard hit. Mont's going back. He's going to hold up a few feet in front of the warning track. He makes the grab for out number 2, and Swift Current, for the 2nd time in this ball game here tonight, will bat around as it should have been Keegan Noller, but instead it's Jorgensen coming to the plate.
Yeah, and Jorgensen getting his first at bat here in the 9th inning in a 20-9 game.
Now the plate, Cohen Jorgensen.
Takes a first pitch strike. Swing and a miss here at the high and in fastball. Jorgensen just 5 hits in 32 plate appearances. He has driven in 2 runs. All of his hits have been singles, and he's down 0-2. This one high chopper. Toger. Throw over to first. Not in time as Jorgensen beats out the play at first. And we get a good look at this one on the replay board.
I think he said he missed the bag, which clearly was not the case. He hit right on the center of the bag, so they called him off the bag. So unless they're saying he beat it, but that's not what the umpire signaled by the swipe motion, right? Like that, he motioned off the bag. So I'm interested to see, like it's bang bang. If you want to say the runner beat it, that's one thing, but he definitely didn't miss the bag.
Yarmano will call time as the remaining fans here at Curry Field are razzing the umpiring crew, and they've been vocal all night. I mean, that's what you expect as we get into the summer. The crowds get a little bit better. They get a little bit more passionate as well. That one high and in as Yaramillo backs out of the way. He's 2 for 6 on the night.
As that pitch came up and in, kind of some words from the dugout there, and home plate umpire shut that down really quick. Cause
this one hard hit towards By at third. It's in his glove. They're going to try to go to second, and they make the play. Great defensive decision by Brady By to go to second and get out number 3 here in the top of the 9th, but it's a 20 spot for Swift Current as they add another 6 runs to the board, and Regina down big. 11 runs they need in the bottom of the 9th. We return on Flow Sports. Bottom of the 9th inning, and Jared, unless this inning gets done in 9 minutes or less, we're going to have our first 4-hour matchup of the season.
Yeah.
First base swinging is Lance Anderson, but this one just pulled foul. Anderson is 0 for 4 on the night. He reached on an error charge to the first baseman, last plate appearance in the 7th, and Regina here just looking for base runners and passing the baton. Whole dugout on that first base side is up on the fence. They're still energized. That one looked in there for strike number 2. Great breaking ball. Looked like a slider from Chase Cummins.
Yeah, you know, I think these Red Sox faithful kind of want this to go past that 4-hour mark, considering they need 11 runs. So I think that'll probably take more than 9 minutes.
Yeah. Now, Swift Current used 8 pitchers last night. Swing and a miss. There's out number 1 here in the bottom of the 9th. As down goes Lance Anderson. 3rd time he's struck out here tonight. The hat trick of the pitching staff on Lance Anderson.
Yeah, with the amount of runs scored in this game, and then the pitching changes, and the 20-minute delay we had there with the mound,
yeah.
it's been a long night for these Red Sox fans, and quite a few of them still in the ballpark, considering the score and the time of day that we're at.
They know anything could happen in baseball. At the leadoff spot, Ty Martinez 0 for 3, hit a RBI sac fly in the second, has also been hit by a pitch. 2 flyouts and a ground out otherwise. He was out in right field playing defense tonight. Head 2-0. This one in behind him.
Yeah, and
you don't see that too often.
No, you don't see that too often, especially when it's unintentional. And that was clearly unintentional. You're not trying to hit somebody or throw behind a guy on purpose in a 20-9 game. So obviously one that's unintentional, and just got away from him.
That one also outside. So the first base runner, which Regina needs, is on base. A 4-pitch walk by Cummins of Ty Martinez brings Justin Simard to the plate. Simard 1 for 4. Second on the Red Sox in hits, behind only Brady Bye.
Yeah, and you know what? I guess I would say that this is the part of the order you want up in this situation, but they'll have to come up again if you want to win this game. Right. So
they need a comeback of more than a miracle. This one hard hit off the end of the bat though. Roller. They go to second. They get 1 out. And they're saying that Martinez. So the second base umpire in Phil McGee is calling defensive or the base runner interference because Martinez doesn't slide to allow the throw, and Justin Simard is fired up right now. And he's being held back by teammates. And so the crazy ending here, and Regina, like they had a very tough try to come back, but tough call to end this ball game.
Yeah.
And now the umpires too have to walk through the crowd and.
Yeah. But what many people don't know, because it's not a rule in Major League Baseball, but here in the WCBL, they just confirmed you do have to slide in that situation to get out of the way of the throw, and it was the right call as per the WCBL rulebook. So unfortunately, it's not something that you come across very often in many leagues, but in the WCBL, he had to slide and he didn't, so they made the right call by the letter of the law. So it's unfortunate for the Red Sox, but that's how this one ends, and it's kind of how this one went all night.
Yeah, so Regina unable to, I mean, they still scored 9 runs in this ball game, but unfortunately they gave up 20, 8 of them in the first inning, and kind of right from the get-go of this one, it was just a lead that was far too much for what they could kind of, a far bigger mountain than what they could climb up.
Yeah, I jokingly said in the first that if they were able to hold them scoreless the rest of the game, they could score 9 and win the game. Well, they scored 9, but they did not hold them scoreless for the remainder of the night. In fact, they allowed 12 more. So even if they had held them scoreless in the bottom of the first inning, they would have ended up losing this game. So unfortunately, it wasn't the night for the pitching staff, and you're going to have those nights. It's time to rinse that. It's one of those burn the tape kind of games. You move on to tomorrow. You got a doubleheader tomorrow. You can't let this one affect you, and you can't let any of these calls that you disagreed with or anything you disagreed with happen tonight. You can't let it bleed into tomorrow's doubleheader because you got 2 games to win tomorrow, and they're going to be important games in this East Division.
Well, that's the biggest thing. So tomorrow we'll conclude the first half of the season will be games 27 and 28 for Regina. But in game 26, they fall 20-9 to the Swift Current 57s. The 57s also take the season series against Regina 5-3. And again, these two teams will not play one another the rest of the year. Moose Jaw comes to town tomorrow afternoon for a 2-game set. Both those games will be 7 innings as well, so the urgency will be just as high. Swift Current wins this game, 20 runs on 22 hits. They committed 3 errors in the field and left 12 runners on base, while Regina 9 runs on 9 hits, did not commit an error in the field, and also left 11 runners on base, a game which took 3 hours and 56 minutes. We got under the 4 hours, Jared.
Wow.
Caleb Orr gets charged with the loss. Gavin Lipa with the win here tonight. Kind of crazy, weird ending, but join for our doubleheader. The Millers come to town, the Highway 1 clash. For Jared Klein, for the guys in the truck, I'm Donovan Mace. Thank you so much for joining us on tonight's broadcast. See you at the ballpark. Have a great night, everyone.